Good evening. Hello, hello. EM1, thank you. That is very good to know. When exactly will that mess up the flight? Like on takeoff or when? I will. Well, we'll try it. in the hopes of it working somehow. If it doesn't work, then we'll just take the A320 or something. Anyways, I got this little dune buggy that I just wanted to try out. We'll just try to make our way to the airport with that right over there, and then we'll start the flight. On takeoff, okay, that's good to know. So is it trimming like up or down, or well, sounds like a true MCAS system then. Yeah, but that's good to know, definitely. We'll look out for that. Yeah, but that's actually pretty cool. I need to do that more often with that buggy, especially in areas that are more suited for these kinds of explorations, because here, of course, that's just the default map, and I have no idea where I'm going. Give me a second. So down there looks good, and then to the left and straight. Okay, let's try that. Try takeoff with the default 737. Felt like it was floating while takeoff. Floating, okay, that sounds like too much trimmed down, so yeah, we'll try to take that into account. I think we need to go here. Nose kept going up and down while I'm trying to climb. Okay. That sounds... yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oop. Drifting around here. Or we could just drive all evening with that thing. Oh dear. Nah, we won't do that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh god. Oh dear. Oh. All that. Yeah, hang on. Okay, let's try that again. I think we need to go that way. Are we still going? Yeah. Oh, no. Jesus. Maybe I started out a little too far off the airport. Well, there's the approach light gantry in front of us, so we can't be that far. Alright, I think we need to take a left here. Ugh, Jesus. Oh, no, that's a residential area. Let's take a look. So we are down here. Oh yeah, we missed our... Can we go? We can actually go that way. Let's try that then. That thing here, by the way, is free on Vatsim TO. I think it's the only free car there is, but... I mean, of course it's a flight simulator, but... This is kind of fun. As I said, probably works better in areas closer to the airport that are handcrafted. I mean, this is okay here. Actually, that looks quite impressive with the approach lighting up there. I promise we'll be in the airplane in, oh dear, 2 minutes. And then we'll use this sim properly. But I just wanted to try that out. It's actually quite fun. Okay, so we need to take a left somewhere here. I think here, actually. I think it's for the PC, yeah. I believe there's cars on the marketplace, which you could probably also install on console. But I got this one off a website called Vatsim TO, which hosts many mods for PC. And in the marketplace, probably there's only add-ons for purchase like this. But I believe there's some cars available there as well. Alright, we are almost there. Also, this is the freeware Nuke airport, so around payware airports, for sure this will work much... oh dear. Much better. Also, if you could drive properly. And we're yet again on our side. But actually the barrier here has collision. Wow. And I hope this doesn't. No, it doesn't. Great, now can we make our way to the apron? Somewhere? Maybe here? Don't think there's a gate, so we will... oops, break through. And here we are, we made it. So let's park right here. Let's get into the actual plane. Alright, that was fun. So, Boeing 737 Max it is today. I am not a Boeing guy at all. For no reason in particular, really. I have been flying the Horizon 787 a bit. So that's at least something. So I'm not completely... not a complete Boeing virgin, but I don't know too much about Boeings, but I want to change it out. I'm very interested in the 737 NG. But before paying $70 for that from PMDG, I wanted to give the Max a try. I know it's supposed to, or I have read not too many good things about it, but I've also read that they updated it quite a bit. So let's hope for the best. We have the trim in mind. And I hope I can start that thing up in not too long, because we also have quite a long flight ahead of us down to Newark. Oh, I set the parking brakes. And yes, we will be flying on Vatsim. Give me just a second to finalize the flight plan. So we will... yeah, take off around here. Weather en route should be fine. We will have some weather over New York probably. Okay. So therefore I will take 30 minutes of extra fuel. Let's hope we make it there. And just the registration 7272. All right. So that's the SimBrief flight plan created. Now what's left is Vatsim. Was it Bravo 38 Max, the ICAO identifier? I think so. Bravo 38 Mike, yeah. Cool, we are medium, and from Nuke to Newark. Almost done. Give me one more minute. All right. 460 on the cruise speed, and that should be it. File flight plan. There we go. Cool. Then let's log into Vatsim and get ourselves some stairs. And for the time being, some music. It's a tad quiet. Alright, so we are United 8-1 in a 737 Max 8. And that's Vatsim connected. I don't believe there's anyone around here right now. Got no controllers anyways. We should have some ATC down the way once we cross the mainland, hopefully. And hopefully we survive our way down there. Now let me get out my checklists and just check the controls real quick. Is that still? Oh dear. Didn't I create a new profile for that damn buggy? Or does it act? I think it automatically returns to... Oh well, we'll see. Let's get inside the aircraft. And let's get going. Let me check real quick. Nope, that's not the way. Not the way I want it. Is that the way I want it? No, of course not. What do we have here? That's not perfect, but I did have it set up correctly, but it's so hard to remember all the settings for the different aircraft. So I need to set it to this in the Simat Pro, and then the Fokker profile. Okay. Well, not quite. Ugh. Alright, no reverse thrust then, but that's okay. Alright. Let's go then. Battery, switch, and cover. Should be somewhere up here. Oh, here. On and guarded. So... like that. Standby power, guarded, alternate flaps, verify guarded and off. Over here. That's checked. The wipers are in park. Hydraulic pumps, the engine pumps on, elec pumps off. So engine on, elec off. And the landing gear lever is down. Perfect. In that case, we can... first we need to check parking brake is engaged. The EFB is on, so we can select ground power. So this switch, when I tried out the aircraft the first time, it confuses me a bit. So off seems to be the down position, and it says ground power available, so I pull it up. Still says just available, screen's still off, so I push it down. That stuff turned off, and we have screens. Okay, we are on ground power. Fantastic. We will keep the APU off for a bit, so but still let's perform the fire tests, which are done here, of course. That's the fault test and fire test. No idea what that is, but we'll test it. Anyhow, alright. Then let's set the IRSs to nav. They were back here. So nav and nav. ELT guarded and lights off. ELT probably is somewhere up here as well. Light recorder. Flight control. Where the hell is the ELT? Did I turn on standby power? I don't think so. Nope. Standby power is, as my checklist says, guarded, and I didn't do anything to it, so it's in auto, apparently. We are on external power, though. Yeah, I don't see the ELTs. Oh, over there. ELT. Guarded and lights off. Perfect. Elevator jam, landing assist, lights off and guarded. I just saw that here. Perfect. And GPS, ILS, GLS and maintenance lights off. I was wondering about that the last time, but I don't see that anywhere. So I assume that's in the correct position. EEC on, reverse and engine control lights out. Now where might that hide? Here. So engine EEC is on. Reverse and control lights out, that's probably these, so that looks good. Passenger oxygen guarded and lights out. Where is that? Oxygen probably around here. It's very interesting to me that all this, they just slapped 4 big screens on there, but all that is basically still the 1960s. Which is actually the way I prefer it, but yeah. Interesting. Passenger oxygen. Guarded and lights out. Perfect. Crew oxygen. Verify sufficient for flight. Oh, that looks almost full to me, so I guess that's good. Landing gear indicators overhead, 3 greens, and the flight recorder guard is closed. Mach airspeed warning test is tested, and while we're up here, stall warning test. Do you actually see that? Ooh. Can I... this stupid... Hello, I please would like to see it. No stick shaker. Anyways. Manual gear extension on the floor behind FO seat verify closed. So I didn't find that the first time. So, oh. I guess that's it. Interesting that they simulated that. Who would have thought? Cool. Then it's time for the FMS already, which will probably take the most part of our preparation, and we can call the fuel truck, I would say. So, my checklist doesn't really say anything about that except program for flight, and I don't have too much of an idea of this, but let's try our best, shall we? So, we are seated inside a Boeing 737-8.2, apparently. Our nav database is current, so let's go to pause init. Let's try with that, but that's probably not too accurate, so let's check the parking stance. That's still an old one, so let's import. Don't ask me why it's so... yeah, not sharp. Parking stands and coordinates. Oh, Jesus Christ. So we are standing on stand 1. So north 64, 11.1 minutes. So it's probably the GPS position here. And west 51 degrees and 40.7 minutes. 40.6 actually, but that should be alright. So let's take this and set it here. That should do it. Let's go over to route. Can I do a sim brief request? Route missing in EFB. Hang on. What if I change that? Does it do anything? I don't think so. Oh, that reminds me. We're flying to America, so I need to set my Simbrief flight plan to pounds. After all, we want to have it as realistic as possible. Very important. Pounds, and I guess the rest should be fine. Nope. Here. So let me reload that. Oh, nope. Like this. Cool. So we have US gallons and pounds, and feet and nautical miles, inches of mercury. We'll keep the Celsius. Now there was a settings page in here. Do we have Simbrief here somewhere? No. But we can load the aircraft here. So we have 148 passengers. Not sure if you have to do it here, but let's just do it. We will have great. Now we have it in kilograms here. Well, okay, we have a block fuel of 28,915 pounds. Divided by, I believe it was 2.2, gives us 13,143 kilograms. I believe that should be it. Cargo, we have 3,700 kilograms. That CG does not look good yet, but let's see if fuel weight makes sense. Not really, we have 63 tons, 63.1 according to the flight plan. If you can quickly insert the information from Simbrief Navigraph into the FMC if possible. Yes, I've been looking for that, but I haven't seen a spot to add my Simbrief flight plan. There's only this. There's not really much more. Nav data maybe? Nav options? No, it doesn't give me anything there. So if you know where I can set my Simbrief user ID or username, do let me know, because I believe the only other option would be here in the aircraft, but you can't really set anything here. No. Let me Google that real quick. Okay, apparently it's possible through the Simbrief app, so let's try that. Import weights. Oh, there you go. How nice. So when we go here, But still the CG is out of range. Maybe that was your issue with the trim, EM1. Because the CG is too far forward. For some reason. I mean, we can add... Oh. There we go. Okay, now the CG is in range. But it didn't change any of the weights. Just says we added ballast. Which is interesting, but I won't complain. As long as it works. Alright, we have been here, we've been here, so route. Yeah, let's import the route. I guess that was it, so let's go execute. Not really doing anything. Let's go request then. Request sent. Oh, there we go. Uplink ready. I guess load. Huh. Interesting. And activate, please. To assert, press execute. Yep. Cool. All right. Looking good. So let's check real quick which runway makes sense in Nuuk. Oh, there's actually an ATIS. Is that a real ATIS? Probably. I can't zoom in more, unfortunately, but it says information Victor, arriving and departing runway 22, wind to 10 and 15, visibility 10 kilometers, scattered at 20,000. 11 degrees, 2.7, and the QNH is 1018. So let's set the QNH. The only question is how and where. Oh, up here. Right. And it's not doing it here, so let's try it here. And we need to go over to hectopascal. What was it now? 1018. There we go. And let's ask for boarding. Oh. Right. I re-downloaded this GSX profile for the airport in the hopes that it would fix the airport positions because they're a bit off. But it didn't, so I had to adjust this position myself, but I forgot that they did not remove the fencing here and also the walkway. I assumed they would go over here and then to the terminal, but oh well. It is what it is. So let's continue with the FMS. So runway 22 is okay. We're starting in Nuuk. We're going to Newark. Let's go next page. Amabi 1 Bravo to Amabi. Is that correct? Let's check. Should be. Amabi 1 Bravo to Amabi. Thereafter direct to Mbok. Then to 53 North, 70 West. Then to Hana, then to Alpha Lima Bravo, and whatever that is. So the Chef 7 arrival should be correct, but that looks a bit weird. Alright, let's see. Let's go to Newark. Actually, that's a bit better. ILS runway 4 right is in use. Perfect. So charts. The chef. Oh Jesus Christ! No, no chance. Not doing that. So the chef 7 is coming in from Hana to chef. 4 right will be one of these. That looks very weird. Actually, it terminates at Saks, but I guess so between Albany VOR and Sax VOR. What is it? Sparta. Between that we have the shaft 7. So let's check in the plan if that actually also looks like that. Plan. Well, we should have that in the Lex page probably. Some more range, please. Alright, yeah, that's it. Albany and so on and so forth. Down to Sax, and there is... Oh, we're back to Nuke. So we're departing, and then straight to the west. Then down there we can clear that discontinuity. Is it that one? Yes, perfect. Oh, right. All the way down to Sax. And then on to the ILS-4 right. Okay. Yeah, one. You gotta go. That's no problem. Have a good evening. Yeah, all the streams are available to watch later. So, yeah, be happy for you to check it out. And see you next time. Thanks for saying hi. And for the tips. So, our passengers are boarding, which is lovely. So, let's keep plan mode for a second and go to departure arrival. Route. No. Departure arrival. There we go. Arrival into Newark. GPS approach. What on earth is that? There, ILS, that's more like it. ILS-4 right. KEWR transition, let's see. Obviously we don't know yet what they will give us if there is ATC online, but it can't hurt to already have it in there. Oh dear. Look at all these radials, what the hell. Alright, KEWR, yeah, that sounds right. Okay, cool, execute. So, again the discontinuity, why? Delete. Then all the way down there, and there's our ILS, but it didn't do the KEWR transition. Why not? Well, let's put KEWR in there then. Yes. We'll probably get vectors here anyways, but for now we have a full routing. How nice. Alright, let's get out of plan mode and let's continue. So we have the route, we have our legs, route date. Wind requests. Doesn't seem to do anything. Right, let's get back to init index. So we have ident position, we have the route. Let's go performance. Okie dokie, let's check all that. We'll be cruising at flight level 360 and later 380, so let's put in 360 first. Does that work? Yeah, wonderfully. Alright, the plane is still set to kilograms, is it? Can I not can't I set it to pounds? apparently not. Alright, in that case we'll keep kilograms. We'll have to adapt to then, I mean, just a slight dent in our roleplay as proper American United Airlines flight crew, but that should be okay. As always, my neighbor's dog is barking, so if that is posing an issue, if it's audible too much and annoying, please do let me know. And for now, let's reload this, so we have the proper numbers. Fuel, block fuel 13.1, is that in the tanks already? It is. In that case, I would say we start the APU and then continue with the FMS. So, we already performed the fire tests. APU start. Now, it's somewhere here in the middle, I remember that. But where? This is such a confusing overhead panel. So we have stuff here. Ground power, APU gen. They just had some space somewhere on the overhead and said, okay, let's throw it in there. Is it even up here? Yeah, it must be. I found it when I tested the aircraft the first time. How can I not find it now? Engine start. This is embarrassing. Oh, by the way. Oh, here, APU. We forgot all the lights. So we got the fuel, so we can turn on the seatbelt signs, and there's no smokings, I assume, are these, of course, as well. Position and strobe and steady. Was it these? The nav lights, basically. Yes. And the anti-collision was the strobes, right? Not doing anything. So let's just leave them off. So, APU. Start. And I assume that should start it up. And for sure there must be some way to see that, because last time I didn't. I know on the 787 on the systems page you see it, but there's only this one system page, which does not tell me much, to be honest. So, engine maybe? Nope. Info not available. But it is starting up. So that's something. But where would I see if it's ready or not? Also stuff like electrics page and all that. Well, it tells me APU here. Do we have more pages to select somewhere? That looks like weather radar. Don't think we can select anything down here. We don't have much to select here. That's probably for the EFIS. Well, the APU light turned off, so I believe it's probably running. So let's try to switch. Wait, first let's switch. Did I switch it off now? No. Alright, let's see. APU gen, 400 Hz, 115 volts. So let's try to switch off ground power. Well, it's still there, but we also have APU power. Shouldn't it switch off when I pull it up here? Should probably, but anyways. Let's continue. So performance page. Our zero fuel weight is estimated with 62, well 63 really, 0.0. Hey Oscar. Something good, huh? We'll see about that. Reserves, how much do we have there? 900 kilograms, so 0.9, and a cost index of 35. I am on Vatsim. There's nothing going on here though right now, only us, and we'll try to make our way over to New York. We'll see how well that goes. Let's set the frequencies, by the way. So 1215 over here, and 1228 on VHF1. Let's continue. Our transition altitude over here is 10,500 feet. I said it is 10,500 feet. Oh, there we go. Just took it a second. Also the cruise wind, I believe last time it did not work, so let's see, 212 with 36. Oh no, it does work. And top of climb outside air temperature, so at 36,000 that's 72, plus 15 is 60, so minus 56.5, and our ISA deviation plus 6, so minus 50. Hang on. Like that. Nope. Like that. Yes. Okie dokie. N1 limit. Let's see. What does it tell me? Takeoff. Yeah, about 4 hours, Oscar, and I'm flying United. You fly whatever you feel like. Just don't give me any TCAS RAs, okay? So we are in the 737 Max. Let's go meters. 2200 meters. What's our gross weight? 76.1, so let's go with 76 tons for the takeoff. That looks good. So we have flex 40, derated takeoff. I guess that's that then. It doesn't say any number. Do we have a climb derate? Not really, so we just keep the first one. Cool. Takeoff flaps 5. And the speeds for 747.55, 44, 46.55. They're pretty much almost the same, so let's pick these. Yep, currently on Unicom, as always when there's no ATC. And I will probably still need a few minutes to set everything up. It's the first flight for me ever in the 737, but as it is quite a long flight, I will not wait forever, so better get a move on, Oscar. Anyhow, do I need to put in CG? Oh, it gives the CG to me, and we have a trim. Wonderful. Trim 6. 6. Is that up, down? There's probably only one way. So that's the... Oh, hang on. There was a second page for the takeoff. Ooh, look at this. Okay. The runway wind. Wait, it had it here. It was 210 with 15. Quite a strong wind. 210 with 15. Ugh, why would you? Okay. We'll keep the slope clear. We have a dry runway and flex 40. So let's go back to this. And again, we can just keep these speeds. Perfecto. Alright, that's the takeoff done. Approach, we don't need to do that yet. Nav data, that's okay as it is. Not sure what that's about anyways. Alright, I believe we have everything then. We have our route, we have our performance. No ACARS, key not active, are you kidding me? How is this key not active? Settings, yeah, we know about that, okay. N1 limit, VNAV, anything here? Not really. So let's put in V2 here, which obviously was 155. Yeah, come down. And for the initial climb, I believe it was in Nuke, a standard of 29,000 feet. Let's just do 20. There's no one here anyways, and we can clear ourselves up to cruise level in just a bit. The runway heading is, of course, runway 22, so... Oh, hang on. 22 is south, yeah. I'm getting hungry. Once we're airborne, I need to make myself dinner. 222. There we go. That's our runway heading. Alright. That's the FMS set. How wonderful. Now back to the overhead. Flight control switch is guarded and spoiler switch is guarded. Yep. Yaw damper on. Yep. Standby hydraulic lights off. So hydraulics are over here. No idea where the standby lights are. But I only see the main lights on, so I guess that's checked. Alternate flaps guarded and off. Yep. Alright, Oscar, that's quick to set up. Should be fine then. What else? Differential pressure, speed trim fail, Mach trim fail, auto slide fail, and spoilers lights off. Probably, I guess that's all down here. Maybe up. No, that's anti-ice. Yeah, we'll assume that these just are in their intended position. I don't think there's too much of that simulated here anyways. The default max. Now, navigation switches normal. They were here, I believe. They're both in normal. Display switches auto and normal. Auto, normal, perfect. Crossfeed closed. Is that the fuel? Probably. Well, that says open. Oh no, hang on. Now it's open. Okay. Yep, closed. Fuel pumps, verify all off. Don't know why, but okay. Yep. That's these all off. Cab util and IFE passenger seat on. That was somewhere around here. Yep. On. Battery discharge, transformer rectifier unit and ELEC lights off. So that's probably also somewhere around here. That's not a lot to go off on the electrical panel here. Basically nothing. Yeah, I guess. Don't see it right now, but we'll notice if anything goes wrong. Generator drive, disconnect, red guards, verify guarded and lights off. Guarded, but I see lights on. But probably because the engines are not running. But my checklist is saying lights off. We will see. Engine gen off, bus lights verify on. Hang on, engine gen off, bus lights verify on. Nope. Engine gen off, bus lights verify on. I guess I probably not simulated. Alright, skip. Lavatory smoke lights off. It's an interesting checklist. All over the place. Where would that be? Well, we don't see it on, so it's probably off. Going through this a bit faster and not as precisely as I would normally, because I really want to get going. Equipment cooling, Norman lights off, probably. If I don't find it in the first 5 seconds, then we'll skip it. It's not over here. So we will skip it. Emergency exit lights guarded. So these were here. So they are armed and guarded. No smoking and seatbelt signs are auto and on. Yep, auto. Alright, Oscar. Are you here already? Nope. Jesus, my frames are way down there. Did I turn on frame gen again? Nope, I did not. So let's do that for good measure. Okie dokie. Windshield heat and probe heat on and auto. So that's the window heaters and probe heat is in auto. Did you know that you have significant repercussions when your windshield heating is not working? You can't fly as fast, I believe, and not as high because it makes your glass, when it warms the glass, it makes it more flexible in case you get a bird strike. Quite interesting. Anyhow, engine and wing anti-ice off, ELEC hydraulic pumps off. Yep. High altitude landing switch if the airport elevation is below 10,000 feet off, which it is. Now where would that switch be? Is there any system to this, or is my checklist just all over the place? Because I feel like it is. I don't see that switch and I don't know where it would be. But I assume that the default position is off and we're below 10,000 feet, so that should be fine. No, don't see it. Oh, equipment cooling. Ooh, someone said hello. Is that Oscar? Over there, I believe it was. Hang on, let me see. Microphone, this, and push the talk button. Yep. Hello, hello. Oh, the wrong Yelp profile. Oh, here we go. Okay. Trim air switch on is on. Temperature switch is auto or auto. Recirc fans. These are in auto. Packs auto or high. Let's put them to auto. We don't need that much cooling here anyways. Isolation valve open. Yep. AP bleed on. Yep. Pack warning lights extinguished. Where would they be? I don't see any pack warning lights. I guess there would be here. Cabin pressurization panel. Set flight altitude, so that's probably here. 36,000, or let's put 38 because that's where we will be going later. And landing altitude. Well, I assume New York it's almost 0, right? We'll leave it at 0. Alright, now landing lights, runway turn-off lights and taxi lights are all supposed to be off, which they are. Engine start switches verify off. And both. So, well, I guess these are in cut-off and this is at both. Logo light, we won't need that. Position light steady. Oh. Strobe and steady? Ah, that's how you get the strobes. Ah, here we go. Okay, interesting. What are the anti-collision lights then? Oh. Not important. EFIS and MCP. Flight director on. Here and here. Heading selector, bank angle at 25 degrees. I believe that's set. Autopilot disengage bar up. EFIS set baro minimums and map options as desired. So baro we have set. Minimums we don't really need right now. So let's get rid of this. I would like to have traffic. Why is this? Yeah, come down please. Can I push it? No. Airport, why not? Terrain. Oh dear. Let's switch that on during flight. Weather, we can. Traffic and weather we can put over here. Terrain we'll put on later here. Data, what does that give me? Nothing much. Alright. That's set. Yeah, I think 5 minutes, Oscar. Alright, step out of trim light off. I don't see that anywhere. Oh, could you calm down, please? I don't see that anywhere. And also, where do I see my trim apart from here? Let's set that, by the way. So for takeoff was 6 units. So here. Oh, Jesus! Stop! I hate the 737 trim. At least it doesn't make noises, because I really don't like that noise. I hope it doesn't make any noise in flight. Alright, trim is set. Flight instruments, PFD and ND normal. Yeah, I guess. Looks normal to me. Doesn't have the flight number. Can we set that in here? Didn't. Pause in it. Route. Oh yeah, indeed. So United 81. There we go. Is it here now? Ooh, it is. Lovely. Even got the tail number. Very nice. Alright, GPWS test, we'll skip that. Integrated standby flight director. Is that supposed to be this? Yeah, ISFD. Interesting. Yeah, we'll keep that as it is. Landing gear down and 3 green. Checked. Fuel flow reset, then rate. Ah, there's the step out of trim light, which is not illuminated. This annoys me. Fuel flow, reset and rate, perfect. Interesting that they have a single switch down here for that. Auto brake, RTO. CR switch. Press verify no auto land fault messages. What's the CR switch? No idea. Don't care. Select the switches, both C. Alright, my checklist could be a little bit more detailed about that. What select the switches? So that's just air, that's some lighting and the display units. Give me back the yoke, please. Thank you. CR switch and select the switches. What on earth are those supposed to be? No idea. Anyways, speed brake is down. Now does it work with my... It does. Perfect. Oh, select the switches here. Both in C. Perfect. I think Oscar is already lining up. It's quite quiet. Let me turn that up a bit. Okay. Speed brake is down, thrust levers are in idle and reversers stowed. Yes, speaking of the reversers, yeah, for some reason they don't work for me. Let me check that again real quick.
I'll let you Charlie. I'll let you actually Charlie Bravo.
Sure, whatever works for you. Where is he? There. I still need a minute or two, Oscar, but I believe we're almost at engine start, so bear with me. So yeah, no reversers today. I don't have the energy to try to find that issue right now. So flaps up and verify with position indicator. Yep, that's checked. Parking brake is set. Engine start levers. In cutoff, yep. Stabilizer trim cutout switches normal and guarded. Looks like it. Cargo fire suppression system tested normal. No thank you. Radios are configured. Multi-mode receiver set to ILS frequency for departing runway. Wow, that's interesting now. Which would that be anyways? For departing runways to 2. So that would be 108.905. Is that this? 108.905? I guess. Is that the multi-mode receiver? Probably. What else would it be? With ADF here, that's the radios. Transponder. Yeah, I guess that's it. Let's lock the flight deck door. Is it closed? Yes. Cool. ADF selector panel, nothing to set there. Weather radar panel. Yeah, I guess we can leave that as it is. Put that to norm. Auto gain. Put that up a bit. Yeah, that's alright. Transponder squawking. 2000 is okay, and let's set that to transponder. We are about to go, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. We have a pre-flight checklist. Oxygen tested in 100% for sure. Navigation transfer and display switches auto and normal. I believe they are. Window heat on. Pressurization mode selector on. Yeah, probably. As I said, we're not too diligent with that today. Flight instruments, heading, altimeter, yeah, that's all set. Parking brake set, engine start, levers cut off. Yep, perfect. Now the N1 bugs. I suppose are set. Could you stop now? Not sure how I can stop that. Anyways. MCP, we have set V2 runway heading, initial altitude and arm auto thrust. Or auto throttle in that case, so that's on that. Arm LNAV and VNAV if RNAV departure, otherwise arm heading south. So in that case, LNAV, VNAV. Well, we have VNAV. LNAV does not want to cooperate, which is a shame. We'll see, and I don't see VNAV anywhere. Exterior doors panel, lights out. We have a panel for that? Well, let's just tell it to prepare for pushback. I don't know, I would close the doors anyways. Alright then. Jesus, what? Okay, that's L1. What about this? Doesn't want to close it. Alright, hang on. Nope, hello. Ooh, this takes forever. Oh, it's closed now. Perfect. Why did it take so long? Nope, not enough. Fuel pumps all on, center pumps off. I believe these are the center pumps then. Anti-collision light. Ah, it's the beacon, of course. Yeah, it is. Stabilizer trim is set. Before start checklist, flight deck door is closed and locked. Fuel, yeah, we're fine. Center pumps off, fuel pumps on, passenger signs auto and on, flight deck windows are closed and locked. MCP is V2 heading altitude, yeah, we've set all that. Takeoff speeds are verified, CDU pre-flight completed. Rudder and aileron trim 3 and 0, that should be the case. Taxi and takeoff briefing, yeah, completed. Anti-collision light on, fantastic. Alright, engine generators are on. Oh, what do I do now? APU gen off bus. Why? Did they? No. Why would it be? Okay. We are on bus again. What's happening here? Why are we? Did we open the door again?
AT gen off bus is fine. Once you turn AT gen 1 and 2 on, then you're fine to start.
Alright, thanks. Alright then. Probe heat is on. Anti-ice as required. Packs are in auto. Isolation valve is in not auto, it's in on. Oh, auto. There we go. APU bleed air off. Why would we turn that off? APU off. Well. Oh, there we go. Yeah, how about I start the engines first, huh? Didn't mention anything about that in the checklist, but that's okay. Nose right, tail left suggested. Alright, let's try that then. Alright, nuke traffic United 8-1, pushing back position 1. Releasing park brakes. Alright then. Off with the music. This particular song stresses me out. And let's start the engines. Let's start engine 1 first. Is there something happening? Not really. Why not? I assume I have to start the starter, wait for it to turn, and then open the fuel, right? Can't be anything with the APU because at least the starter would turn the engine. Starten Sie das Engine, please. Alright, what if I do this? Start valve open. Oh, something happened.
Turn a little knob to ground, and then make sure the APU bleed them, and then try to keep them.
Thank you. So these to ground. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I completely ignored these. So let's try that again. And the APU bleed should be on. Setting the park brakes. So. Overhead. What overhead? There's nothing going on there. But it's still not really doing anything. Jesus, Boeing is complicated. What if I try the right one? Alright, what am I doing wrong, Oscar? We are in ground. Or do I now need to... what's a start valve open? Or do I...
Have you started the APU?
Well, the APU is on.
Flick all the knobs off, like the ignition one. And then try and start again.
Alright, hang on. Let's turn that off. These are in cutoff. APU should be running, even though I can't see that anywhere. If APU bleed, is it still running? Yeah. Let's put these to ground. Ignition left. Anything happening? Put Vatsim a bit louder so we can hear Oscar.
Also, make sure to only put one of the ignitions to ground, like one at a time.
Okay. Let's try that then. Ground and ignition. Oh, this is embarrassing. Alright, let's let it sit for a bit. We may have confused it. Oscar?
It might be the electrical hydraulic pumps at the overhead panel, that's why they're flashing orange. Maybe.
Alright, let's try it that way. Nope. Nothing happening. Oscar, do you know where I can see if the APU is running properly? Right, so air conditioning packs to off. Set my checkers
I'm
to
not sure
auto,
what
but
to check for the APU is running. I'm pretty sure the Airbus one can check, but I'm not sure if the
Oh.
Boeing one can. If you want,
Got
I
it.
can hop into the Boeing 737, the other one, and I can try start up and tell you if the issue is.
got it, Oscar. It was the packs, but thank you a lot. Motoring, so I believe that's where we introduce the fuel. So let's try that. Hello. Fuel flow, please. Or did I miss my chance?
I completely forgot about the packs. My bad.
No worries, that's alright. Alright, there we go. Took it a while, but... Right, in the meantime I have googled the proper procedure, because it completely skips that in the checklist I have. And I probably should have informed myself beforehand about that, but... At least we have an engine start now. Jesus Christ. Alright, so the procedure is... Pack switches to off, engine start switch to the ground position. We'll also power up the EEC and all engines indications will appear. Start valve open, alert on the engine display indication. So here. Motoring N1 to verify engine acceleration. A white motoring indication will appear across the middle of the N1 indication at 18%, which we saw. During extended motoring and accommodate bout rotor starts. Bout rotor motoring is active for all ground starts, blah 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 blah. Verify oil pressure increasing. Communicate with ground personnel to confirm N1 turns counterclockwise. Once the motoring is no longer displayed, move the start lever from cut off to the idle position. Ah, there we go. Alright. So I believe we have a good engine start on engine 1, even though the starter valve open indication was flashing a bit there. And this moved automatically back to off. That's perfect. So now we go ground here and ignition right. Starter valve open. And we have a turning N2. Our N1 begins to turn slowly. We have the motoring. Yep, there we go. And once that disappears, I believe then we can introduce the fuel.
If I'm not mistaken, you're taking off from way 2 is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, that's correct.
Alright, no worries.
Does it really take that long? That must be a frustrating experience for the pilots. Alright. Introducing fuel on engine 2. We have fuel flow. We get some oil temps in, some pressure. But that should have risen up before already, according to what I've just read. But we won't be too picky about that. Oh, look at the APU inlet here. Alright. Who said people that fly only Airbus can't start a Boeing? Took us only 1.5 hours. Cool. What else? We have fuel flow indications, bleep blah bloop. BGT looks good. Engine start switch is returned to the off position. Yep, so we can put that back to both. Alright, that should be it in terms of engine start. Wonderful. B for taxi. So the engine generators now can be turned back to on. If they not already weren't. This one seems to not have been. And APU can go off. And the bleed probably. Probe heat on. Anti-ice not required. Packs back to auto. Isolation valve to auto. APU bleeder off, APU off, flaps 5. Is that 5? No. Alright, we'll set the flaps manually then. Doesn't work with my hardware. That's 5, right? Yeah, looks like it. Systems page. Select. Flaps are 5, perfect. Flight controls, check. Full range of motion, we shall do that. So... Oh, hello. I shouldn't have meddled with the tune buggy. Why? Hello? Oh, come on. I broke it. Great. Anything else? I don't think so. So. That's full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, and the rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Fantastic. Recall, check. That's... I don't know, should be probably somewhere here. Let's just press this for good measure. Fantastic. B for taxi checklist. Generators are on, probe seat on, anti-ice as required, isolation valve auto, recall checked, auto brake RT. Oh, yes. Engine start levers. Engine start levers idle detent. I've got a weird checklist here, man. Flight controls checked, ground equipment is clear. Cool. Now let's put on the taxi lights and get the hell out of here. So, fairly simple. Taxiway Alpha, backtrack, and then off runway 22. I assume? Yes. Alright then. Nuke Traffic United 8-1. Taxiing runway 22 via Alpha and backtrack.
Yay, finally taxiing.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
Alright, release the parking brake. Clear right, clear left by the looks of it. Let's give her some gas. She needs quite a bit to get going. Alright. But it could have been worse. Come on. I mean, we take about an hour to get going anyways for most of the streams, and we played around with the tune buggy for the first 10 minutes, so it wasn't too bad. That's Oscar over there in the Airbus. Alright, left side looking clear. Right side we don't see anything, but we assume it to be clear. Let's put on the strobes as well. Need to check the current weather. Been long enough. Alright. So, the current ATIS. Spotting runway 22, wind 200 at 16, and that's true, I believe. So, just out of interest, we have 24 west magnetic bests, meaning the wind is from 224, which is basically straight on the nose. How lucky for us. Anything else? 10 kilometers visibility, scattered at 20,000 still, bit warmer, still 1018. Fantastic. Let's go idle. As for the SID, we haven't even talked about that yet. At departure end of runway, right turn, 237 degrees, and then straight to Amabi, which we will cross at or above 5,000.
Make sure you send the clock on.
500 feet. That's a good point, when I find it. Yep, that's basically it. So where is that?
It's like located above your yoke. It's a little button.
Oh, is it that one right here? Yeah, looks like it. It says elapsed time here, so let's see. Usually it's the chrono up there, which is basically just a stopwatch, but yeah, we should be fine. So before takeoff procedure, it says engine oil, verify oil temperature above 31 degrees. Where would I see that? I see oil pressure. Oh, oil temp, 104. Yeah, I believe that's enough. And on the EFIS, set weather or terrain on ND as desired. We can set the terrain in just a second. Bit fast here, but that's okay. Interesting sounding engines, I have to admit. Should be the LEAP engines, right? I think the Max only comes with the LEAPs. This engine starter valve open thingy keeps flashing every now and then over here. That irritates me a bit, but oh well. So, we are lined up. Let's check real quick anything else we have. Before takeoff checklist, flaps 5, CDU set, I guess, PWB, already forgot what that is. Flaps 5 indicated. Is checked, green light. Yep. Stabilizer trim, 6 units we should have, and we have. Alright, it doesn't say anything about the takeoff. I assume we have toga buttons to push. Can we arm LNAV now? We can. Fantastic. And we are already in toga. So that's auto throttle disengage. Alright, let's see. Let's stand on the brakes. Let's give it 50%. And I have bound the toga buttons to my... Oh, stand on brakes I said. Oh, that's not the timer. No, that's the timer, see? That's not the elapsed time, but I believe it's probably automatic here. N1. Yeah, looking good. Nuke traffic, United 8-1, taking off, runway 22. Nuke. Fantastic. Off we go, finally. 1.5 hours later. See you in the air, Oscar.
Yeah, I'll see you in the end.
Alright. That's 100 knots. Oscar over there. B1. Rotate. She wants to go by herself already. And LNAV to the right. Positive rate. Gear up. That's a nice
scenery for Nuke, so it looks so bad.
I did not understand that. Something with the scenery, which does look quite nice. So N1 LNAV VNAV speed and some more to the right. Let's trim it up a bit. Scenery is really good. Oh no, the trim doesn't work for me for some reason. Ugh. I completely destroyed everything with that damn buggy. Yeah, it does look cool. Alright, that's acceleration. Let's catch the truck. Put the nose down a bit. And what a nice departure. It's very quiet, I have to say. Have to dial up the sim a bit, I think. Oop. Quite the wind here, 28 knots, 30 knots almost, pushing us off track here. Alright, it's a bit annoying to fly without the trims, so let's give it autopilot. And let me make it a bit louder. Alright, flaps up. Here we go. And please don't descend. We did not have any issues with the trim, as EM1 said in the beginning, so I believe...
If I'm not mistaken, I think you're doing a different departure than me.
Oh, well, now we're climbing. Yeah, maybe. I did not select the standard route SimBrief gave me, but a different one that is more like the real-life route. But I guess you can follow with the heading, or we see where we meet up later. Alright.
Yeah, alright.
It's...
Your landing runway 04 right as well.
Yeah, for now that's the plan, if they don't change it. We'll see when we get there.
Yeah, we'll see. Right.
Hey, Moscow, you really want to fly along all these 4 hours? I mean, it's a bit earlier in your place, but still, it's a long flight, man. Damn, now we're climbing. 250. So after takeoff procedure, gear is up, flaps are retracted per the speed schedule, packs verify auto. We didn't touch these, so they are still in auto. After takeoff checklist, engine bleeds on. Oh, they were off, interesting. Is that the cabin rate of climb? Yeah. That's a bit confused, isn't it? 4 hours is light, Oscar says. Well, I mean, I've done some long flights, but 4 hours is not nothing. But I will have some pizza later. We'll go over some ATPL questions.
Yeah, I'll put this in.
Alright. Right, the checklist. So packs are auto, landing gears up, flaps are up, no lights, and that's the checklist completed. Perfect. It's a bit of a weird winglet, so pointy and quite straight upwards compared to the one of the NG. I kind of like that it's split like that, but I don't like the shape of this particular one. Anyways. We made it in the air, ladies and gentlemen, and we are still in one piece. Took us a while, but with the help of our very own Oscar, we made it. So where? Oh, over there. There's Luke. Back there. Yeah, Boeing is just... I mean... Airbus is nice and automated and everything, but the 737... It just has something to it. Oh, completely forgot the landing lights, as always. But the taxi lights can go off. We keep the passengers seated for a bit longer, and yeah, as I suspected, the elapsed time starts by itself, luckily. And this is only the chrono, which normally you would use as well for takeoff, but whatever. So, still in N1 LNAV VNAV speed, and we can clear ourselves up to flight level 360. Talking about knob acceleration. Alright. Let's get rid of the systems page and get the terrain. That should be Oscar down here. Did I put it in TR? I did not. No, we did. That's interesting. So I can put it in transponder here, but I still have to turn it on here. It's normally not the case. Let's put it to above. Anyways. Look at this. Speaker. That sounds very interesting. Well, that probably doesn't do anything anyways, but why not? Alright. How's it looking down here? Oh, quite the cloud cover below us. Goodbye, Greenland. It's been a pleasure. We will be back. Hey, EM1, there you are again. Well, that started eons ago. I started flying between the places my parents lived. They divorced, and then when I lived with my dad and when I visited my mom, I was quite young still, like I think 8 years at the time. And they decided the safest way for me to get from A to B is to just put me in an airplane, and there's no way I can get lost there. So yeah, that's when I started flying, and basically that's when my interest for aviation started, and it only grew ever since. To the point where I try to do this stuff professionally, but that's still a bit in the future. We are through our transition altitude as well, by the way, so let's put the altimeters to standard. Increase the range over here a bit. Now, does it make sense to take a shortcut over here? So this is MDoc. So let's see. We passed Amabi anyways already. I'm not sure why, but the rear flight also did this kink over here, and not the direct route down there. So yeah, I guess we just follow it. It's not too far in that direction anyways. Why is the terrain not displaying anything anymore? Is there just... oh yeah, right, there's nothing below us. That may be the reason. Again, Oscar over here, so yeah, screw it, let's go direct over there. Now, how would we do that? Route. I have nightmares still from the CJ regarding this, but probably we click here, put it here, then we have this little estimated segment, and we just click execute. Or we even have, we could have an intercept course here, that's cool. And after 53 north 70 west, our next waypoint is already Hannah. It is, wow. So basically, now we're going direct here. Which is fine. Alright, that's Kangaluswak. That should be... Equalute? However it's called. Not sure. Why aren't we turning, by the way? Are we not in Elnav? We are. It's not changing course though. So let's go heading and Elnav. Excuse me, are we too far off already? Alright, let's keep heading then and go over there. Try to catch our course. I know in the Airbus when you are too far right or left of track, then it doesn't automatically recatch it. So maybe we have to get closer. It says here 100 right. Which in the Airbus would mean we're 100 miles right of track, which obviously is not the case, but let's see what it does. Otherwise we fly ourselves with headings over to Newark. Alright, let's enjoy the view a bit more. Well, there's not much of a view here. Let's go over there. Ian1, I'm currently living at Northern Virginia, Fairfax County right now, and I'm 13 years old. I'm going to apply for Civil Air Patrol to be a cadet and get my PPL for free with effort. That sounds like a great plan. So... that's the US, right? Because there's probably a lot of Virginia Fairfaxes, Fairfax counties. Probably in England as well, but yeah, I think Civil Air Patrol, that sounds American. Yeah, that's a great plan. I would probably do the same if I were in your position, so yeah, do that. Have fun, enjoy it. If you get into it, it's... yeah, aviation is a really... how do you say? It's a really nice industry. It has its drawbacks and disadvantages, but so does every other industry as well. And this sounds like a really good plan for you. And if you have your PPL already and you have your hours and so on and so forth, if you later want to go to airlines, I think when you already have the hours, you can skip all that flight instructor stuff that you guys are doing over there in America to gain the hours. I assume. I don't know too much about how it works over there, but yeah, good plan. These low clouds look really good. It does look cold over here. That's so cool. Even though it was like, what was it, 12 degrees in Nuuk? One of the last times we were flying there, wasn't it like 18? So not that cold. I mean, it's summer there, of course, as well, but nice. So that stuff is still flashing periodically. Why does it tell me config in the center tank? Right, because we have the center tank pumps off. Because my checklist told me so, but why? And we're still in heading, right? Yeah. Let's try to catch the track a bit sooner. Are we supposed to first use the wing tanks and then... no, usually it's the other way around. So let's just put the center tank pumps on. Yeah, there we go. Not sure why my checklist told me that. Speaking of checklists, climb procedure, above 10,000, landing lights off, wing, logo, runway, turn off lights off, seatbelt signs as desired. So we have all the lights off, but we can switch off the seatbelt signs to let the passengers roam around. Not sure if auto would be better. Let's keep it at auto. I think in the Airbus it automatically detects turbulence and then switches them on. Something like that. Not sure what it does in the Boeing. Climb checklist, lights off, seatbelt signs off, borrow, standard, climb checklist completed. Descent procedure is next, so we have some time until then. I think it's almost time for me to get the oven started for some pizza. EM1, my most important plan is to go to Purdue University in Indiana, finish off as an aerospace engineer and work as an aerospace engineer first to get enough money for flight training. Okay, sounds like a solid plan. I mean, at that point, when you're already an aerospace engineer, I think flight training is almost... yeah, that's probably more like a hobby then, instead of another career path, is it? Because I guess you... I mean, if it's your dream, then it doesn't matter what you do before. If you... It doesn't matter how much you earn before. Damn, these flashing indications... Stuff like that really annoys me. Oscar, welcome back. Buying the Honeycomb Bravo right now. Didn't you already have it? We talked about it last time, I remember. But yeah. Have fun spending money. So we are basically on track right now. Why can't we... Why does it not engage LNAV? And it tells me we're going direct hand. Oh, this is the CJ all over again. Alright, let's go right. Heading. Oh, you were looking at buying one. Okay, got it. So I was going direct. What was it? Hang on, it should still be... Or did it kick that out? Yeah, it kicked it out. Alright, hang on. So it was 5370N. Can we put it in here like that? Yes, please. Execute. No, not to Hannah. To the damn waypoint I just told you. Why? Why? Okay, maybe over here. Erase. Okay. So 53, 70 north. Over here, please. Intercept course 249. Yeah, looks good. Execute. It doesn't want it. This brings back bad memories. Hey, Oscar is in front of us. Ice Black, hello. Just got done my first flight with A330-300. 12.5 hours in Korea. Jesus Christ. You put yourself through 12.5 hours of flight simming. Wow. I think my longest session has been like 10 hours. Some transatlantic flight, but 12.5 is crazy. How much pounds does it cost for flight training in England? I'm not in England myself. You would have to ask Oscar. He actually is, but I was just putting that as an example for where you are might be with because you said Virginia, Fairfax County. But it's overall the same wherever you look in Europe. It depends really. I'm not sure of the hourly rates, but the full, like a PPL, you could get for I think 15,000 euros, maybe even more nowadays. The ATPL that I'm doing right now costs me 90,000, and that's type rating excluded, I think. Yeah. Used SimRate so it was faster, but yeah, it was a long time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't trust the SimRate stuff, and personally I don't like it, but also sometimes it messes up your avionics and everything. But yeah, then it's manageable. If we swap that, we do have a few weather returns here. Once we get contrails. So on the charts, you can have a look at that in a moment. Yeah, these are reaching quite high. So we have flight maps. Yeah. I can't zoom in further here, that annoys me, but we have a few clouds here, which is obviously what we're flying over right now, but it said somewhere here that these are only up until flight level 240. Hang on, let me make this large. It's somewhat readable now. So it says flight level 200, I think, here. And that's valid on 18 UTC, so that's, well, 1.5 hours old. This... Oh, and also for flight levels 100 to 450. This is for 250 to 630. You see there's nothing here, only that jet stream over there. And on 0 UTC, which is still 5 hours in the future, still only up to 220. So I'm not sure why these clouds are here. They were not forecasted, but also, yeah, they shouldn't affect us. They are to the right of our flight path, and we are really close to the barber pole here. But we're slowing down a bit. And still, I don't know how I can get back to Alnaf. Ugh. Yeah, people I'm trying to get for free actually costs 50 to 30k in the USA. $30,000 for the PPL, really? But yeah, if I achieve to get my PPL, it will reduce the whole cost of my flight training by 30k. Yeah, I mean, probably you have... I mean, if you do the Civil Air Patrol, then probably you are obliged to... fly for them for a certain period of time, right? Like a bonding, or you sign a contract. Yeah, I will serve. Like, is it military or is it similar to military? I'm not sure. I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure what it is. But yeah, wherever you can get some entity, be it an airline or the government or whoever, pay for it. Instead of paying it all yourself, go for it, because it's so much money. If you find a way, then yeah, go for it. Now, I mean, we're flying, we're reaching top of climb. Actually, where were we supposed to do the step climb? At 5370 north, which for the life of me I can't get into the box here. That's 1000 to go. Why not? And then the route. No, that doesn't work. I don't want to break it anymore. But even if I can't put in the waypoint, I should be able to go direct to Hannah with Elnaf, shouldn't I? That's quite some weather up there. We should be fine. It's auxiliary of the US Air Force, okay. Can you explain to me what exactly is the purpose of the Civil Air Patrol? Because I've seen them like on Flight Radar and even in person. They fly, I think, Cessnas 172s. Like, are they just for aerial reconnaissance of like disaster aid, like floods and stuff like that, and to check out the areas from above, or what exactly is the purpose of it? It's the first time I think about it really now. But it's cool that it exists, definitely. Alright, let's get the engine indications back over there. If anybody knows how I can get this thing back into Alnaf, do let me know, please. Border Patrol, Emergency Rescue, and etc. Okay, that makes sense. Oscar, how are you faster? Did you just take a shortcut, or are you flying at the red line as well? Because we're at Mach 0.8, and I know you're in the, what are you, 320, 319? I know it's not that fast. I guess you can, but Oh no, you are in a 737 as well. Why did it display you as an Airbus to me? That's weird. What's the progress page telling us? Does it tell us anything interesting? So it thinks we already passed 5370 north, which obviously is not correct. Nav status doesn't do anything. Now where could I see our optimum and maximum altitudes? Not here, apparently. Alright, last try. So it gets it here. I mean, there's the dashed line, which tells me, okay, it has it. Now I want to put it here. I go execute. Nope. Just skips it. We're still in heading cell. It's also interesting that we can deselect heading cell entirely and have no lateral mode whatsoever. Alright, Imon, pleasure to have had you here. See you next time. Thanks for saying hi again. Yeah, it's black. That's what I tried. I mean, there's no direct to page as far as I can see here. So what you would do is click one of the waypoints you want to go to, put it up here, and then execute. In that case, we won't do that, of course. And that's what I did. And then I noticed it put the waypoint after, which is Hannah, in there instead. And when I manually try to insert it, so it looks a bit weird, it's a coordinate waypoint. When I manually want to insert it, I put it here. This all looks good. It even puts... you can see it right now because it's on our track, but it puts a dashed line there, like in the Airbus. And then I click execute, and it just swallows it, basically. And on the progress page I saw that it thinks that right now we are flying from that waypoint to Hannah, which would be our next. And okay, I can live with that, but I can't get it back into LNAV, because still, also to Hannah, we should be able to go LNAV. And I mean, I can try to go direct to the VOR here, but I'm afraid that this will just mess up everything else even more. I'm not too keen on that. Let's try to go up to flight level 380 though. So let's go level change. So N1 heading cell MCP speed. And we're going up. Yeah, I think this is a bug. We had the same thing in the CJ4. We flew a few streams ago. That was very annoying. And the CJ is also made by Working Title, and I think they also took over the Max, so... Oh, and we can set auto brake to off. I believe that should be automatic, but I'm not sure. So it looks like we are flying with heading all the way to... Also, why... So what I don't get is... The magenta line is obviously our track that we... it's our route. Now we're flying this dashed line, dashed magenta line, which is our heading. What's the white line now? Is that our track? Can I go track somewhere here? Heading south. Blah, 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 blah. 1,000 to go. Oh, also the VSD, that doesn't work, right? No. Yeah, the CJ overall, it's a good aircraft, but we've had quite some issues and we were pretty sure that these were bugs, but what's it doing now? Jesus. Well, some bugs were to be expected. Secondary flight plan, we didn't put anything in there, so where even would that be? FMC com, what's that? Route alternate, performance takeoff, wind, descent forecast, position report, data link ready, descent forecast, route 1. It's an interesting page. Oh dear. Well, I haven't found any way to put it into track. That way we could test it if that's the track line, but what on earth is it doing here now? Looks like it can't decide between Mach and IAS. I guess that looks better. Not sure about Boeing. I did training with it and that's it. I don't know. Yeah, it's actually... So today's the first flight for me with the 737 Max, or any 737 in the sim. I only flew the 787 a few times in the sim, but what's that? Oh, glare. But yeah, this is my yeah, first time flying the 737. But I'm pretty sure that's bugged. That should not behave that way. What if I put it here? Facility not found. Oh, hang on. Execute. Aha. Okay. So it's up here, see? So if I now go like this, aha. But now it put Mbok back, which was one of our original waypoints. What on earth is happening? And it deleted it again. What is this? Ah, come on. Okay, can we get Hana back? Maybe it just has issues with... Yeah, Hana is here. Can I go... Okay, we're back in VNAV. LNAV is armed. Yeah, no. Doesn't want to get in it. Doesn't want to get to LNAV. Yeah, that's definitely bugged. I mean, maybe it has an issue with these coordinate waypoints. But why we can't go to Hana is beyond me. Let's try this. Yeah, again, it just deletes it. So... Okay, let's try to get that back. Oh, Jesus. It's probably... Yeah, it must be this one. I feel like I'm destroying everything now, but execute. Oh no, it's the wrong way now. Oh Jesus. Hang on. Okay, wait. Like this. Delete that. I'm not giving up. Nope. It doesn't want to. Where are we going? Let's just stay in heading mode. And right now we're going direct at Cove, which is obviously wrong. We want to go to Hannah. So let me try one more time. If I put that in here, execute. No. If I delete a Cove, execute. Well, there's our old routing. Can't engage LNAV at all now. So the thing is, when I go direct Hannah now, it will delete Hannah and go direct ALB. This is not how I wanted to spend this flight. Not at all. Alright, what if we go Hannah here, that here, execute, direct Hannah. Oh. Can I do this? Breaking everything. Well, we'll make our way to New York somehow. Route 1. It's probably that over there. Altitude hold. Feel free to stay on VNAV, please. LNAV still doesn't do anything. Activate. Execute. Oh, Jesus Christ. What am I doing? Alright. Hang on. Okay. So, it has all the other waypoints in there. So if I go... Wait, can I arm LNAV? I can. So if I go direct MBOK now, does it go directly to 53 North? It does. Doesn't want to do LNAV yet, but we got the waypoint back. That's something. So after... Yeah, okay, let's delete the discontinuity. Alright. Let's keep it like this and see where we end up. Learning pains, but it's what you gotta do. Yeah, it is what it is. If you cross the magenta line, it would lock. Never mind, you direct to Nice? Like Nice in France or Nice? Yeah, usually it should, right? When LNAV is armed and we cross the magenta line. But we did several times already and it didn't do that, so... Let's see, not sure what that S intercept here is about, so we just keep it like that. See what it does when we cross here and yeah. Hope for the best. In the meantime, let's see, where are we? Oh, by the way, totally forgot, as always. Shame on me. The overlay. Ay, ay, ay. I'm so bad at this. So we are on Vatsim, that's our flight. Here we go. Do I have it displayed here? No, I do. We are not in the pre-flight though. We are way on our way. What's better, broken overlay or no overlay? Usually it manages to catch on. Why not now? I will keep it. All right. Quite some weather to the left here. Don't really see much there. Some wavy clouds. How we doing, people? We should be fine. It's not in our way. So we've lost Oscar on our display here. But he should be somewhere, right? Let me check on Vatsim radar. We're still connected, yeah, I am. Yeah, he's a bit to our left. It's crazy how many people are, I mean, not crazy, it was to be expected, but how many people are flying the A220 and so many people are doing delivery flights from Montreal over to Europe for Swiss or Air Baltic and so on and so forth. Quite cool. So, I will leave you with this view and prepare my dinner. So I will be right back in a few minutes. Yep, there we go. Alright, I am back. Pizza is in the oven. How are we looking? Let's give me the clock. 10 minutes, I need to check up on the pizza. So we are passing the weather, which is perfect. Let's see. So we still have quite a bit until we cross our nav track, but we'll just keep the heading until then. And we should have reached land? No, not really. Let's see. Where are we? I think somewhere here still. So to our right is Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Bravo. We have something here. Cape Dyer? Oh. Oops. Equal it, as I suspected. That's quite far away. How far is it on the map? Yeah, 350 miles. So we are around here. So still quite a bit till we hit land again. Nope, Oscar, just checking where we are. Jesus, this song. Just checking the airports around me, but I think you are quite a bit southeast of me. And yeah, do that. I just put myself a pizza in the oven as well. Let me check real quick. Yeah. Oh, someone is... We are about to cross... Hang on. Here. We are about to cross someone doing a very special flight. Holy crap. This guy. He's doing the 350-1000 ULR Melbourne Toulouse flight. And is he doing it for real? Yeah, he's been online the whole time. Online for 18 hours, that guy. Airbus 33 Lima Romeo. Only at 33,000 feet, why so low? That's interesting. Jesus, look at their routing. Recreation flight. And he still has 5 hours to go. Why on earth would you put yourself through something like that? Oh my goodness. That's insane, actually. Holy crap. So let's see if we see him. From Kilo Oscar Romeo Delta, that's Chicago, isn't it? I think. What do we have here? Husk 29. That sounds military. But yeah, we'll probably see him, at least on the TCAS. Crazy stuff. Alright, speaking of TCAS, we can switch that to below. halfway there to the pizza, which is very good. I'm starving. So I have been thinking... I need to do some ATPL questions, as I said, but I don't really want to do that while I eat, so maybe we can watch something. I don't know, Mentor Pilot or something like that, or anything interesting. I'll see if I can find something. Feel free to suggest anything. Victoria, hello, welcome. Nice to have you. Right, so do we have something here? That looks a bit grim. Like most of his stuff is on Mentor now, right? Fall of TWA wouldn't be quite interesting. Or this while we're sitting in a Max with a Max engine. Well, we'll see. We'll find something. For now, let's put that away. Still waiting for my food anyways. 7 minutes. Almost there. How's everything else looking? We have quite a strong headwind, 40 knots. Apart from that... Oh, here it seems to work. 47, or now it seems to work. 47.5 miles left of track. So let's see when we are within closer range of the track if it regains the track. It's gonna be very interesting to see if it manages. Interestingly, we are in FMC speed. Why are we in FMC speed? Is that the correct FMA? Because the speed window is empty anyway. And we are in VNAV out, I guess. Sounds about right, probably. It's crazy how far you can put up the range though. 640 miles is insane. I think that's double what the 320 can do. This is so annoying. Let's not look over there. Nothing on the weather though. Yeah, still a few returns there on the left, but yeah, that's all good. Doesn't it look nice? And I smell my pizza. It's been only 9 minutes, but I better check on it real quick. Yeah, looks okay, not burning yet. You've been binge watching all his plane crash videos, some of them were spooky, yeah indeed. Victoria, yeah, it looks nice, yes. That's probably all there is to it. I mean, the default planes visually always have been quite good. We can't even get up and open the door here. Say hi to our passengers. Yeah, it's quite nice. However, it's a bit buggy. I mean, this is the first flight in the 737 Max and the second Boeing plane I ever fly or I have ever flown in the sim anyways, so a lot of the issues is probably on me. We took ages to start the engines because we forgot to turn off the packs, but yeah, the FMS has been doing some weird stuff. That's why we are on heading right now and waiting to regain our track so we can see if it recatches the route or not. But yeah, I just wanted to give it a try because I feel like flying Boeing lately, and I'm considering of buying the PMDG. So I thought let's try out the Max if we have it here in the game. Why not? And I mean, we're still flying, we're still in the air, we haven't crashed yet, so that's something. But on 2024 it really depends on the planes. For example, the Airbuses that were made by any builds, the 330, the 321, they are quite good. But other planes, depending on the plane, can give you quite some issues. But I can recommend the switch from 2020 to 2024. It is much nicer in my opinion. I have switched only this year as well, like half a year ago. But it was definitely the right choice. Alright, let's see. Can we do... Wait, how... Yeah, that still takes some time. But where is the A350 guy, by the way? We are approaching him. Not too far away. So let's try this. While I look after my pizza. Be right back. Alright, in-flight service has commenced. Pizza and mozzarella sticks are served. So let's see, where are we? Victoria, you're welcome. If you have any more questions, do let me know. Now the 350 is about to cross. Oh, still a bit out, but if we have a look here, that's where he is. And we're about to cross the coastline to Canada. Very nice. So let's stop this. By the way, the overlay caught up with the flight, which is very nice to see. Oop. Some clouds over there. Here. So the 350 should be coming along here. So let's see if we see him, and that's Canada, ladies and gentlemen, down there. We hit land. Lovely. So he's still at 33,000 feet. So we are a bit above him. We probably will cross his path. And then after that he'll come, but should see him at least on the GCAS, hopefully. Maybe. Ooh. Doesn't that look nice? Alright, now how's it looking here? Yeah. We'll monitor that in the meantime. Oh, that was crazy. That's actually where we're flying, to New York. When the 767 hit the truck. Insane. Let's dial down the music. And I have an idea. So, while I eat my pizza, I would like to watch something, because I'm not sitting here munching and watching at my displays, looking at my displays. So let's try that. Nothing. Calm down. How's it looking here? We may just miss him. So if we maybe here. That could probably work, right? Hang on. Something like that. Oh, hang on. Here. There. Let me just try something. Oh, can we do just the pop out? That would be perfect. But I think that doesn't work, does it? Nah. Damn it. Pop out doesn't work. Alright, so if I put it back here. Hang on. Something like that. I guess that should work. A for effort, thank you. I mean, it's okay, isn't it? Let me just see now if there is Is there any sound to it? Hang on. Here. Also, where's the 350? We're just about to pass him, so let's get rid of that for just a second. So he's somewhere over here below us. Yeah, I think we won't see him. Sadly. That would have been great. Let's stop the clock, by the way. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, he's pretty much to our 3 o'clock position. But who knows how far that is. Hey, Anana, thank you. Yeah, I think we won't see the 354. Oh, there he is! Where'd he go? I just saw his contrails. There. We don't see the model, but there he's flying. So, oh great, you guys still see fantastic. Alright, now it should be Firefox should be gone. So there he's flying. I hope you see it now. For everybody who wasn't there when we discovered this, so this guy is actually flying the Airbus A350-1000 flight back from Melbourne to Toulouse. So if we put that up right now, here, Melbourne to Toulouse, for some reason on flight level 330. So he's been online for 18.5 hours and he still has almost 5 hours to go. This is insane. He didn't log off, nothing. Just raw dog the whole thing. Should have told him something on Unicom. Oh, hang on. Maybe we still can. Let me rid of my push to talk. All right. Let's see. Airbus 33 Lima Romeo. And United 81 for Airbus 33 Lima Romeo. He's probably sleeping. No, he's not answering. Too bad, but that would have been would have given him my props. All right, let's watch that video then. Hang on. Was it something like this? Something like that. Yeah, I think. Victoria, no idea. It started since we started the flight, so I don't know what that's about. But I need to eat, so let's watch this. Let me know if the sound is
the
okay.
biggest problem for the airline industry right now. Fuel prices, pilot and mechanic shortages maybe, or trade uncertainties. Well, all of those are important for sure, but there is something more fundamental out there that's seriously wrong, which is now affecting virtually everyone in the industry. And in the words of one insider, it is making airlines and aircraft lessors literally scream. Now, to help you understand this, it's time for a bit of a confession from all of us here on the Metro Now channel. For years, we have been making a ton of videos where we've tried to answer questions about where commercial aviation is heading. And one of the key parts of that has obviously involved the launch of new aircraft. But this is something that we've been struggling to make new videos about recently, even though we think that you guys like them. And that's because actual news on this topic has become quite hard to find. Examples of that would be, when will Boeing finally announce a new replacement for the 737? And what about Airbus? Okay, the Airbus A320 is obviously much newer, but it's no spring chicken either. It will.
That's actually quite interesting because I mean, especially for Boeing, it still will be a long while until they unveil a completely new aircraft, because they have such a mess with the certification of the 777X and the 737 Max 7 and 10, which hopefully will be done this year or early next year. But still, they have such an order backlog to fulfill, and I think it won't be until the 2030s, mid-2030s, until we hear anything from Boeing regarding a new plane. And for Airbus, it's kind of the same. They will probably stretch the 350 and the 220, but after that, a complete clean sheet design, that will take ages.
Actually turn 40 in a couple of years or so, and even if its replacement was announced tomorrow morning, Airbus wouldn't be able to develop, certify and put it into service for at least another half decade or so, which is also true for Boeing. And then there is the Airbus A220 and its further development, which should be the low-hanging fruit here. But that plane has also given us a few headaches lately. We have been making videos about the Airbus A220 since almost the beginning of this channel, because it is an important aircraft. It is the most modern and most efficient all-new single-aisle airliner in commercial service today, and Airbus has repeatedly said that launching a stretched version is a question of when, not if. Now, a lot of
That's something, though. I mean, it's probably gonna happen, but it's quite interesting to me because both the 220 and the 350 in the longer variants, so the 220-300 and 350-1000, both of them already look quite long, especially the 350. So stretching them another time, I can't imagine that to work on the same wings and everything. Especially on the 220, it will look very weird, I think. I mean, depends how much they stretch it. If they just stretch it like 2 meters, then probably it will work out without any issues. But what's the point then? Because then you can maybe put in 2 or 3 more seat rows, but that's it basically. So it's going to be very interesting to see that.
Airlines have previously been pushing Airbus to launch that stretched version, and actually there have been some rumors and even actual news about it recently. But honestly, there have now been so many false starts with this aircraft that we have decided not to make another dedicated Airbus A220 video until something actually happens, even though this is still the most likely almost new airliner launch to come. Or is it? Well, the problem is that the clock is now really ticking. Airbus have already done most of the necessary work to launch and put this new longer variant into production, but they will most likely still need at least another 3 to 4 years to finish that work and to certify it. So if Airbus doesn't launch this stretch variant soon, well, then Boeing could eventually recover enough to announce its long-awaited 737 replacement, which would then force Airbus to respond by launching an entirely new Airbus A320 family replacement. And that would then mean that the poor Airbus A220, which can't be stretched enough to replace an A321 or a 737 Max 10, will have lost its chance to grab a good portion of the market, no matter how modern it is. But here's the thing. I said that the Airbus A220 is the most likely airliner to be launched soon, and I meant it. Because actually, the scenario of Boeing launching a 737 replacement and dragging Airbus into the fight is now looking less and less likely, even if Boeing would want this to happen. And this is going to be the main point of this video. Boeing...
It's also... Oh dear, I hope I did not have my mic unmuted all the time. But what's also really interesting is that Embraer considers making a big new airliner. I mean, the largest thing they have right now is the E2 E-Jets, which is about as big as the A220. But they are also, or so I've read, thinking about joining the fight, and that would be really interesting. Especially having 3 competitors basically in the market for this medium-haul aircraft. And I mean, then there's the Chinese and so on and so forth. By the way, let's real quick head into the flight deck. No, it's still a while until we across our track. Okie dokie. Let's continue.
An Airbus might want to launch new aircraft, but to do so, they will then need launch customers prepared to buy them. And the problem with that is that, for the most part, airlines and aircraft lessors just don't want to hear about any new planes anymore. As it turns out, they are actually very unhappy, or in some cases even angry with the planes that they have already bought. Now, for a good clue on the causes behind that, we can take a look at something that isn't an airliner, but is definitely a very modern, all-new aircraft design, which has been grabbing some headlines lately. The Embraer C390. This is a plane that was designed to replace popular cargo turboprops, mainly the Lockheed C-130 Hercules. Now, Embraer has a lot of experience in making both civilian and military aircraft, so with this design, they combine their experience in both. To make the C390 as competitive as possible, Embraer made it very easy to maintain and as versatile, modern and up-to-date as humanly possible. For example, it has active side sticks, something that I personally love, and that is a first for Embraer. And the rest of its avionics and systems are similarly super modern. But there is one feature in this aircraft that seems to go completely against its modern design, and that is its engines. You see, the C390 uses a pair of International Aero Engines V2500 turbofans, a design that was first certified back in 1988 and was originally an option for the...
What on earth was that?
It uses a pair of International Aero Engines V2500 turbofans, a design that was first certified back in 1988.
Is that a 747? This pylon looks super weird. Crazy.
88 and was originally an option for the legacy Airbus A320 family, as well as the McDonnell Douglas MD-90. These are planes that have both been out of production for quite a few years now. Now, these engines have less than half the bypass ratio of engines like the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan or the CFM LEAP, who are in the same thrust class and now power Airbus A320neos, replacing the V2500 and the CFM56. As we have explained in other videos, a high bypass ratio means that most of the air going through the fan in the front then goes around or bypasses the engine core, which is key in making the engine more efficient. So for that better efficiency, these newer engines have a bigger fan diameter, which can be an issue for some low-wing airliners like the Boeing 737, but clearly not for a high-wing design like the C390. So why did Embraer then fit this nearly 40-year-old engine on an otherwise ultra-modern aircraft, especially when newer and more efficient options were available? Well, a quick answer is that they technically weren't available when this plane was launched in 2009, but they were quite far in development and were later certified in roughly the same time period as the aircraft, so Embraer could easily have waited for them. But as I am sure many of you have guessed, Embraer instead chose an existing engine because, unlike the airlines, military customers tend to value durability and maturity in design much more than raw efficiency. So Embraer just picked the V2500 engine, which was a known, reliable quantity that maintenance and repair facilities around the world already knew how to work with. But that's not all. It is just not quite that simple. It has now been over 10 years since the C390 first flew, and as far as we know, Embraer has still not even suggested that they could fit newer engines to it. Instead, they seem to be quite happy with its old engines, and they have even scored some decent new C390 sales lately, so their customers seem to share that view as well.
Well, they probably could fit new engines under there, but there isn't really a point to it, I think. Because if you look at current military aircraft, what's the one with the newest engine under it? All of these are old as hell. Even the B-52 with its 8 1950s engines, they will be re-engined, yeah, but they will still keep 8 engines because it would be too much redesigning would be required to make it 4 engines. So I think even like the 767 tankers, which are now slowly replacing the KC-135s, even they have the old CF6s, so this is about as new as an engine gets under a military aircraft, so I don't think there's really a need to improve further on that, because militaries, usually they don't care about fuel consumption that much.
And that happiness with older engines is something that a lot of airline managers can now start to relate to, even to the point that, and I know this is actually hard to believe, some say that there is no point for Boeing to replace the 737 Max at all. And I'll explain what I mean by that after this. So how could that be? Well, yeah, I will get into that in great detail in a second. But what I want to first show you is how once you... Now, before we go any further, I need to make one thing absolutely clear here. I would talk about the longevity of engines, but what I'm about to say doesn't mean that these newer engines aren't safe. Longevity and reliability aren't the same thing, and aside from some early in-flight issues, these new engines are reliable today. So with longevity, I'm only referring to how often these engines need maintenance. Jet engines generally wear out slowly, and there are nowadays many ways for mechanics and engineers to inspect them as they grow older and are being used to determine if that wear is progressing as expected or faster. If they see something they don't like, well, then the plane is written up and is taken out of service. And as it turns out, these newer engines are wearing out faster than expected, which now means that they require more work than the airlines had planned for.
It's cool to see how he uses Flight Simulator for
big deal, because any kind of unscheduled maintenance that
for his cutscenes
requires the aircraft to stay grounded will cost the airlines hundreds of thousands of dollars per day in lost revenue. But at this point, you might be wondering if maybe I'm comparing apples with oranges here. The CFM56 has been around for over 50 years, so by now all of its gremlins and squeaks have already been dealt with, and even the slightly newer V2500 will soon turn 40. So is it really fair to compare brand new engines like the CFM LEAP and the Pratt & Whitney GTF with these older models? Well, airlines and lessors certainly seem to think so, because the LEAP and the GTF have now been around long enough, and the difference in durability between them is, quite frankly, disturbing. According to Scott Hamilton in Leeham News, which you should definitely check out if you haven't already, the durability of the CFM LEAP, which is the engine used in all Boeing 737 Maxes and in many Airbus A320neos, is about half, or even less than half as durable as the CFM56 that it replaced.
And that answers our question, which engine we have. But it's crazy, half as durable than the CFM56 is insane. But I guess all that efficiency has to come from somewhere.
In other words, the LEAP engines need to come into maintenance, repair and overhaul facilities twice as often as the CFM56 does. And that's only the start of the problem. When the time then comes to actually overhaul these engines, that process costs around $10 million, when for the CFM56, the same process costs only $3 million. And these costs are for the work alone. It doesn't cover life-limited parts that needs to be replaced. And by the way, from my point of view as a pilot, these numbers aren't very surprising. Having flown the 737NG with CFM56 engines for a vast majority of my career, and then the 737 Max with its CFM LEAP engines, I can tell you that the newer engines are a little bit like prima donnas. You might have heard that LEAP engines have much longer startup times than the CFM56 does. And that's partly because the LEAP needs to be straightened slowly at startup, since changing temperatures mean that the shaft that connects their huge fan in the front
we saw these long startup times in Nuke, didn't we?
When it's shut down.
Partly pilot-induced,
we
partly
plan for all of this, so in theory it's not a huge problem. But
technical
if you're
requirement.
Pulling out from your gate and another 1 or 2 Maxes then gets pushed out in front of you, well, then you're suddenly losing several minutes in agonizing wait as you're waiting for their engines to get started. By contrast, the old CFM56 is a real workhorse. It starts up really fast, it responds like it's on springs, and it is very resilient if anything goes wrong. And that might or might not have something to do with its roots. You see, the first CFM56 used the core from the GEF-101 engine, which powers the military B-1 bomber. Or to use a car analogy for this, the CFM LEAP is like a delicate track day sports car whose owner uses a trailer to move it around, whereas the CFM56 is like an old Volvo station wagon that might be towing that trailer. Pratt & Whitney's geared turbofan also has slower startup times and other sensitivities compared to the V2500 that it replaced, although those startup times are now gradually coming down as the engine maker gets more and more data on it. Now, to be clear, this sensitivity and finicky nature is happening for a good reason. The CFM LEAP engine is truly brilliant. The 737 Max is about 14 to 15% more fuel.
Oh, 3 minutes cooldown, Victoria. That is indeed, that's wild. I mean, for bigger airports, shouldn't be an issue, but still, that is probably quite annoying. I do remember when the Pratt & Whitney engines still had these issues that they need to warm up for like 5 minutes or whatever, and that was quite a drama back then, like 10 years ago, but yeah, 3 minutes cooldown. I can imagine that's quite annoying.
Fuel efficient than the 737NG, and 12 to 13% of that improvement is thanks to those new engines. Actually, after years of flying the NG, seeing just how little fuel we would need in a max flight across Europe, it felt just a little bit strange, to be honest. But from an airline's perspective, those savings from efficiency can often then be practically cancelled out due to the engine's reduced longevity. And the same is true when comparing the V2500 with the newer GTF, which regular viewers of this channel probably remember a very recent example of. Before Spirit Airlines closed their doors for good, they returned nearly all of their Airbus A320 and 321neos to their lessors, but they kept their legacy A320s and A321s with the older engines. Now, there were some exceptions to this, since some lessors refused to take back all of their aircraft, but even in those cases, the unwanted A320neos were mostly then parked and not used. Now, those neos had the Pratt & Whitney GTFs fitted to them, and a lot of Spirit's problems with those planes had to do with the necessary unscheduled inspections and repairs of those engines. So for Spirit, despite their financial problems, the uncertainty of those newer engines meant that they were better off using aircraft with the older, thirstier engines, since they would make their operations a lot easier to forecast over time. Now, this was back when they were trying to get out of their second bankruptcy before the Iran war started, by the way. But here you might ask, why is it like this? If CFM and Pratt & Whitney were 100% sure of the durability of their newer engines, then why did they still...
Pizza is devoured, so let's stop this real quick, see where we are. 20 miles left off track. That sounds fantastic. Ooh, look at this. Let me see, especially with frame gen, if I can increase my T-lot a bit. It's supposed to be 150 now. I'm using auto FPS. I'm not seeing that much of a difference, but that's okay. Ooh, even better here. Very nice. So we are about to cross our track in 140 miles. So that's 160. So still quite a bit. Also, what's with the terrain? Does it only display mountains? Because it worked in Nuke, but there's mountains around, so yeah, probably. Oh, that's cool, the ADF2 is in up, but only on this side. Huh, Interesting. All right. I would say we can finish the video and then we will put our attention to other things. So there it is. All right, let me see real quick. If I go a bit closer here, then I can make it a bit bigger for the stream. There we go.
Launched them when they did. Well, Scott Hamilton reports that, at least according to General Electric, the LEAP is actually more reliable than the CFM56 was when it was as new as the LEAP is today. But that argument doesn't bring any sympathy from the airlines or lessors who owns the planes. When it comes to Boeing and Airbus, well, they just saw those engines when they started getting developed and immediately decided to develop something that could benefit from them, because that's what they always do. Efficiency benefits on aircraft from lightweight materials or other design features almost never save as much fuel as newer engines do, unless someone designs a flying wing or something. So aircraft manufacturers simply can't afford to ignore new engine tech. And of course, when they did that, the airlines then didn't want to be left behind either, so they ordered hundreds of those updated planes fitted with these newer engines, despite concerns about reliability and durability. And then, crucially, at least until a few years ago, it then looked like the same thing was about to happen again. The engine makers found more improvements, and Boeing, Airbus, and perhaps even Embraer looked set to launch new aircraft as a result. Pratt & Whitney has been looking at newer variants of its geared turbofan with better materials for a bit more power, even less fuel burn, and improved reliability. And CFM is working on the Rise, an open fan with an extremely high bypass ratio and significant noise improvement.
This I never understood. Isn't this just a turboprop? I mean, yeah, you still have the core, which will probably give you thrust as well, but with a modern engine, the core, I think, only accounts for like 10 or 20% of the thrust, and everything else goes through the bypass. But this essentially, isn't that just a turboprop with a few fancy bits around it? I mean, I would have to look into it further, but I'm not sure what the real difference would be.
Over older experimental open fans. They are also working on a more conventional ducted version of the Rise, which would basically be an improved LEAP with the addition of a geared fan. And then finally we have Rolls-Royce, who are building a prototype of a smaller ultrafan engine, which is another geared fan design, this time for single aisle or middle market sized aircraft. But as it turns out, this time there seemed to be very little appetite for anything built based on newer engines. You see, the airlines are still hurt from the lacking durability of the current new engines, as I've just explained. Some bigger airlines with hundreds of 737 Maxes or A320neos that have some spare jets in the network and have robust deals with maintenance facilities, well, they might have been able to shift things around and rotate between aircraft to keep their operations going, even with lower reliability, and maybe even manage to make some money on it. But smaller airlines that lack this kind of flexibility will really struggle to find any real benefit from these more efficient aircraft. Any plane...
Yeah, also as it is right now, the manufacturers barely can keep up with the required production rates. I mean, if you order a new A320neo right now, you'll probably get it in 2035 or something like that, and probably similar situation at Boeing. I mean, yeah, it's mainly because of the engines, because they can't get, because the supply chain there is insufficient, from what I've heard. But still, I think right now priority should be, and probably is, to get the current production running reliably and supplying the demand instead of developing anything new. I mean, of course, development always should continue and it's important, but right now, the situation on the market is crazy. Even used planes, you barely can get your hands on.
Stuck on the ground isn't making any money. It's as simple as that. So even if they would save a bit on their fuel bill, it still wouldn't be worth it. But if you think that airlines are disappointed with these new engines, you should talk to the aircraft lessors, because they are frankly fuming. Lessors own more than half of the world's airliners and the engines that those planes uses, and they depend on market stability to make their plans work, which means that these durability issues with both the LEAP and the GTF engines have hurt them badly. Remember those Airbus A320neos that Spirit returned to lessors? Well, most of those planes then weren't placed with other airlines, so in many cases lessors just...
A few of these old Spirit planes actually ended up, or will end up, with my previous airline I worked for as a cabin crew member. So, yeah, quite interesting.
Moved the engines from those planes and leased those to other airlines that were desperate to get a hold of working engines for their grounded airplanes. When they work, these newer engines are actually worth more money than the nearly new aircraft that they're fitted to, which is how some of those A320neos just ended up getting scrapped. And this wasn't even the first time that this had happened, as regular viewers on this channel might remember. So, when a journalist asked Angus Kelly, the CEO of Lesser AerCap, what he would say if Airbus or Boeing asked him if his company would be interested in an all-new single-aisle aircraft, he just answered, "Make sure the door doesn't hit you on the way out." He then added, "Please don't come in here and tell me you're going to have another swing at a new plane. I want the stuff that you've built to work better."
Yeah, that's
For that same reason, Kelly doesn't think that the Boeing 737 Max needs to be replaced anytime soon.
Engine,
and actually,
compressor blades giving up and doors flying out.
Fruit that I mentioned earlier, the Airbus A220 stretch.
It's a weird model.
That's because even though that plane wouldn't have all new engines, it would hurt the values of the Airbus A320neos that lessors already own. And with all the engine problems so far, many lessors still haven't made enough money out of those A320s to think about replacing them with a newer aircraft. So in short, airlines don't want newer planes, lessors really don't want newer planes.
Also,
aircraft manufacturers...
the A220 uses the same engine, the PW1500, with the same issues, so that wouldn't help much. I mean, yeah, it's a more modern airframe with more modern avionics, but still the same engines.
Probably would design something brand new if their finances permitted it. But given the huge backlogs and their previous production issues, they're likely quite happy to just focus on producing their current planes instead. But what about engine makers then? They would probably want to sell even newer engines to someone, right? Well, actually, no, not really. Again, we go back to Scott Hamilton and Leham News, who explains that engine makers often sell their engines to airlines and lessors at a big loss, because they are expecting to make back that money over years or even decades of service thanks to service contracts. And that's also why engine makers are often quite unwilling to let airlines service their own engines, even if those airlines have the facilities to do so. But because of the longevity issues of the current new crop of engines, a lot of them have had to come in for service while they were still under warranty. So engine makers now have to do a lot of this work with little or no
5 to 6
revenue
years
at all to show for
with
it.
the COVID break in between.
And this means that if they would
with
now launch
two different
even
operators,
newer engines, recouping the investment of the development of those previous engines could become almost impossible. Now, I think we all understand that continuing to fly aircraft designed for a different era can't continue forever. And of course, we all want to talk about something new and exciting, but right now, the launch of something really new seems surprisingly hard. And we haven't even mentioned newer technologies like hydrogen or battery-driven aircraft, for example.
Yeah, stuff like that. I mean, I really hate how these look, by the way, but I mean, there's some electric and hybrid electric commuter planes in development right now, but until we have something the size of an A320, that is still decades away, I believe. And futuristic stuff like this, which personally I hope never comes because it's just so ugly to me personally, that will probably take half a century to arrive. But I mean, technically Airbus could just re-engine the A320 another time, because I mean Boeing has done it has re-engined it 3 times, from the originals to the classic, from the classic to the NG, and from the NG to the Max. And Airbus has only re-engined the 320 once, and I mean the airframe itself is quite modern. I mean, sure, it probably could be a bit more streamlined and a bit more efficient here and there, but it's not a bad aircraft. Slam some new avionics in there, another new engine in 10 years. I mean, the basis is there, I think, but they probably won't do it.
That will come with its own hiccups and teething issues for sure. So in our humble opinion, unless something dramatically changes, we likely won't see anything new pop up for many, many years to come. But what do you think? Have we missed something here? Let us know in the comments below, and make sure...
Thank you very much, Mr. Mentor Pilot. That was quite insightful. Yeah, I think, if anything, then maybe Embraer will pump something out, but yeah, it will be some time until then. So, we have some ATC in Edmonton, which is of no use to us, but right now there's ATC down in New York, and there is, yeah, in, well actually that's right now I think. Oh, hang on. Ugh, what's happening? There we go. Something like that. Yeah, so there's this best of the rest, and I think that's... So LFVP is definitely St. Pierre and Miquelon, which is here. So it should be this area, so Moncton, but I think this is in your local time. Oh, no, that's Zulu time. Ah, okay, they start at 2 o'clock. Damn it. Yeah, then we probably will miss them. But right now, as I said, there's ATC down there in New York. We have New York Approach for Newark, and New York Radar, which we probably won't talk to, but yeah, so let's see. Let's get rid of this and see where we are. Nice Canadian wilderness. Somewhere up here is this meteorite crater lake, isn't it? Wait, we see that on Vatsim radar as well, I think. Oh yeah, it's here. That's the one I mean. We're gonna fly past it, more or less. Oh, something went off here. Yeah, so let's see if we see that. I think what we just saw might be that one. Oh no, probably this. No, we'll see. So, 1 hour 47 in the air. How's it looking over here? We're still in Elnav. We are 3.4 miles off track. We're still in heading cell. Also, we can do a fuel check in a few minutes. So, our track is coming in. Oh yeah, and also I believe, yeah, it makes sense that this white line would be the track. So the dash magenta is the heading and the white line is the track, because we have a slight crosswind from the right. which would push us to the left, so we need to point to the right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but still no idea how we're gonna get that back to LNAV. Let me Google that real quick. LNAV won't engage. LNAV doesn't work unless you activate heading mode first. Well, we are in... Well, now we're in nothing. Which is still crazy to me that you can just do that. But yeah, we go heading cell, and we go LNAV, and it's only armed. Maybe if we reset the flight directors... What is MA? Why is it only one side? I don't know. Oh! LNAV! We have LNAV, ladies and gentlemen. No direct twos. Ever again, we have LNAV. Fantastic. How nice. What a pleasant surprise. Ridiculous. Oh, master. That makes sense. What's your background, Victoria? Do you have any real-life aviation background or just from simming? Because you seem to know your way around here. Think of it what you will, but it is one pretty aircraft. I still prefer the NG, but it's a pretty aircraft. Where are we banking to the right? Where do you think you're going? Don't do anything silly. Just stay in LNAV, please. Still banking. There we go. Alright. 120 miles to our next waypoint. We'll reach that in 15 minutes. And then we can do a fuel check, but so far I think we're looking good. And this... I'd rather not say how I feel about this, but yeah. Anyhow. Now that Crater Lake... It also has quite a... Looks okay from this side, but it's interesting how much of an angle of attack aircraft have when in cruise. How much are we? Oops. How much are we pointing upwards? 3 degrees now. A bit less now. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Commercial pilot in previous life, Navajo was the biggest you flew. Hubby flies 7.3s for a US major. Nice. That sounds great. So Navajo, that's... Is that a twin or a single? Let me look that up. And what can one fly commercially with that? Oh, it's a... Oh yeah, that one. Okay, okay, never mind. So... was that like air taxi commuter stuff or something else? Must have been really cool. Would love to do that. So that Crater Lake... Yeah, somewhere over there in the clouds, I believe. Quite a lonely flight up here. For quite some time. Nothing really rings a bell here, so... Oh, that's Halifax. And I think somewhere around here is Montreal. And that's the border to the US. Well, we're around halfway through the flight. You flew on-demand passengers and middle of the night cargo. Wow. That's interesting. The positions are your start switches on the forward overhead panel in. They should be off. Oscar, what happened? What did you do? Did you crash? No. For real. Game crashed. Let me see if I can still see you on Vatsim radar. Yeah, he's still there. But not for long, probably. That's unfortunate. And that's a weird... Ah, Toronto Center, okay. It's a weird spike of empty airspace up here. Or not controlled airspace. Interesting. There he is, Oscar. Crashed his sim. Man down. Yeah, call emergency services. Alert the rescue centers. Over the Canadian wilderness, that's unfortunate. Well, maybe you can restart it, like spawn in the air and just... it should start with engines on and everything, so basically you only have to program the FMS, right? But yeah, it is annoying. Yeah, okay, that's understandable, Oscar. Don't be too frustrated, it happens. I've had it happen as well. Well, actually, I Alt F4'd once while I was on approach to Geneva. I wanted to take a screenshot and got my fingers twisted, and instead of, what is it, Alt F1, I think, for the screenshots, I pressed Alt F4. That was a frustrating experience. No, don't worry, Oscar. All good. I'm sorry for you, man. What's that over there? Some bright spot. But there really is nothing going on here, huh? No airports in a 160-mile radius. One airport in a 320-mile radius. Yankee Zulu Victor, what's that? I took my F4 key off my keyboard. Yeah, that's a smart decision. Set Ear, 7 islands. It doesn't really look like 7 islands. Oh, well, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. And that's island number 7. What do we have? Well, long enough for us. We have ILSs, RNFs. What's the weather like? Arriving and departing runways 09er, 05, 13. Ah, okay. Light wind, good visibility, few clouds at 100. Good alternate then. Thank you, Oscar. Have a good evening, you. Oh man. How frustrating. What's this, by the way? 3.6. used to know this, what this was, but I forgot. Some weird dial that really surprised me when I found out that it's like that. And it's changing. What is that? Cabin rate of climb, maybe? No. Oh, the AOA, yeah, that makes sense. Angle of attack, thank you. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, we actually had this in ground school. I saw that when we had... Was it AGK or instrumentation? Yeah. And I saw this when they were talking about angle of attack, and I was so surprised to see that in the Boeing had this. Especially displayed like that. I have never seen it on any other aircraft. In the sim, that is. Alright, still 10 minutes to go to our waypoint. Some clouds coming in there from the east. Or going away from us, I don't know. Yeah, probably going away. Alright, now I need to put in some studying, so let's have a look at some ATPL questions. Where did I put them? Close them. Hang on. There we go. Let's make this a bit smaller. Something like that. Alright, I actually don't think I ever used this on the PC. But I need to study some meteorology, so let's see. I have done that. And also please only this. And we go Austria Control and Latvia. These are the most relevant for me. So I believe all these I need to do. Clouds and fog. Yeah. Alright, maybe let's put these out of there so it's a bit... not that much. Alright. So. Let's see. So it's been a while since we studied that, so it will be a bit rusty. But we have one or two experts in the chat, it seems, so maybe they can help me. Which of the following statements is correct about frontal fog? I have no idea, man. Because I'm... No, let's start from the top. It is due to evaporation of raindrops in the whole cold sector. That evaporation of raindrops in the cold sector, that doesn't make sense to me. Oh, why is it even smaller now? Hang on, I got you. There we go. It occurs in a narrow band where the frontal surface meets the ground. That sounds more like it. It occurs in precipitation and a cold front. Why would it occur there? I don't know. But all this frontal stuff, I hated it. I'm not good. But that's why I'm here, to study it. It is due to rain saturating the warm sector air and forms by day only. I mean, the warm sector air would be above the ground, right? My gut feeling tells me this. Hey, correct. So for a storm to be considered a tropical cyclone, it must have a maximum sustained wind speed of over 95? Nope. 63. The more you know. Which type of cloud is depicted in the figure? That looks like a cumulonimbus cloud if I have ever seen one. Towering even. Towering cumulus. Correct. Oh Jesus, here we go. Relevant knowledge. Tropical revolving storms are not formed in the Gulf of Bengal, South Indian Ocean, South Atlantic Ocean, or waters around the Philippines. I believe it was the South Atlantic. And I couldn't even tell you where the Gulf of Bengal is, but it sounds Asian. Yeah. Speed of a warm front is normally... I think the warm front... Oh, the warm front was faster, was it? So it's either 10 or 30, the rest is way too fast anyways. Was it 30? No, it was 10. Damn it. When is fog? Most likely on a west coast. If the wind is 260 degrees 10 knots in winter and the sea temperature is 18 degrees Celsius. On a west coast. So we have the sea to the west, land to the east. Wind is coming from the west. The sea temperature is 18 degrees. Was that advection fog? I'm not sure. But probably at night, right? When the shore is cold. Oh yeah, here, advection fog. When the shore is cold, because the warm, saturated air is advecting over a cold land surface, which will then cool down the saturated air and create precipitation. Yeah. Wonderful. Time for our fuel check. Almost in 10 miles. Oh, we slowed down a bit. Or headwind increased a bit. So let's see. So 53 north, 70 west. We should be on our way for 2 hours and 13 minutes. We're a bit faster, but we also had a little bit of a shortcut. We should have on board 7.3 tons, right? Yeah. And we should have burned 5.8. We have 7.6. Wonderful. And fuel used. Is it that? That's 5.4. Yep. Cool. So we're a bit faster, burn a bit less fuel. That's what we like to hear. Oops. And some more weather to the west. Or to the east, rather. But 2 hours left. Oh yeah. Isn't she beautiful? Bit of a diva, but beautiful. Hey, my microphone was muted all the time. Fantastic. Apologies for that, I was talking to myself a lot in that case, so hope you enjoyed the mute film. Anyhow. So we did the fuel check, all good there. We're a bit faster, we burn a bit less. We got some weather coming up, as we can see here. So we need to watch that a bit. And I actually have some knowledge of meteorology class left in my brain, so that's good. So, on we go. With microphone sound this time. So, in which air mass are extremely low temperatures encountered? Obviously not tropical. I was just thinking if Arctic air exists as an air mass. I'm not sure. I'll put that up a bit. I think it does. In that case, obviously it would be that. But also, I think continental air is cooler than maritime air. But that's just a gut feeling. And I'm still not sure about the Arctic air, so let's pick that. Yeah, I was correct. Cool. Alright. The mountain range spans from south to north and the wind is from the west. Where can the pilot expect an orographic low? That would be on the windward side of the mountain, wouldn't it? Well, in the Alps is BS. On the northern part of the mountain doesn't make any sense as well. And I think on the windward side, because that's where the air is forced upwards, which means, yeah, that there's low pressure there. What? How? Why? Explain. Huh? This doesn't make any sense to me. So apparently the air rather flows around the mountain and then... Uh-huh. Well, whatever you say. Moving on. What does divergence at ground mean? That means horizontal movement of the air is dissipating clouds and produces a convergence aloft. Well, some of that's correct. Vertical movement of the air is dissipating clouds and produces a convergence aloft. It creates a low pressure system and produces mostly good weather. Instability is associated with divergence at ground level. So it's basically when the air subsides and hits the ground and then splatters off in all directions. That's what I understand under divergence. Meaning to me that it's not instability, it's creating a high pressure system, and it's not the horizontal movement of the air that's dissipating the clouds, it's the vertical movement, because the clouds sink below the temperature level where the dew point is located, and it produces convergence aloft, so it should be Bravo. Yep. Hallelujah. The approximate inclined plane of a warm front is Oh, Jesus. Why on earth would we need to know this? I think it was 1 to 150? Yep. Let's have a look at the weather real quick. God of meteorology. Far from it, Victoria. Far from it. I'm surprised at myself how much I remember and how much I can explain to myself, but most of that is just guesswork. Yeah, weather is looking interesting around here. A few clouds there in front of us. That's an interesting radar picture. But yeah, we're probably gonna hit some of that. But it seems like we're just on top of that level, so probably we're just scraping the troposphere. God of guessing, that's more like it. That's more how I feel. Let's see actually, where's the troposphere? Let's stay at meteorology. So yeah, here still, I'm confused that the clouds are that high up, because it said here, well, it says here that the icing is up until 240, but to me, yeah, maybe this, again, it's so small I can barely see it, but this says occasional CBs from ground level to, or from the lowest level to the highest. Okay, so yeah, maybe that's why. Oh, the winds, why not? Okay, so wind will die down from here on a bit. I mean, what do we have now? 61. Okay, should get less. Well, what's that actually? Valid 0 UTC. Flight level 300, and that's 340, basically the same. And 390. Same. The troposphere should be that blue line, so we're actually a bit below the troposphere most of the time. Well, we're actually right here now, so we're should be below it, which would explain the clouds coming as high as they are. But the icing shouldn't get up here. What's the temperature? We have the total. Do we have the static? There is so little info here. I'm not sure still if it's the plane in the sim, the Asobo version of the plane, or if that's the real life plane, because there's no electrical page, no hydraulics page, no nothing. I mean, I have flight controls. Oh yeah, well, I have hydraulics, quantity and pressure, and the landing gear, tire pressure or temperature, whatever it is, but that's it, nothing else. I can't see my APU values. I can't see... I don't have a fuel page, I only have this down there. Progress page 2 for SAT. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Did you steal your husband's typewriting training material, or do you fly the 7.3 in the sim as well? It's a minus 54, so +2 on the ISI. Yeah, we should be good in terms of icing up here. Clouds do look good in 2024, I have to say. Major improvement. Still have a bit of the puffy cotton candy clouds, but mostly really nice. He talks a lot too, I can imagine. Yeah, my girlfriend is also very surprised how much I can talk about planes, watch videos about planes, research about planes. But hey, you're a pilot yourself, so I bet you understand it. So let's get rid of the systems page. So we are heading towards civilization, it seems. And look at this. I mean, I pulled up the gain a little bit. Let's put it to minimum. Well, still looks red. Maybe that stuff over there. But it should... I mean, the wind is slightly from the right, so it should push that stuff away from us, so we should be fine. We shall see. Victoria, do you know if, and if yes, where I can see my optimum and maximum altitudes? Like, I'm used to it being here somewhere on the progress page, but I didn't find it. No, not here. But there must... I'm pretty sure that... VNAV? Oh yeah, never mind. Found it. Cruise out 360, yeah, we can put that up to 380. Do we have to? Can we? That didn't do anything. Enough cruise page, there you go. Yeah, anyways, let's just leave it. It's optimal 376 max 387, so yeah, we're sitting right in the window. All right. Let's continue with the guesswork. A maritime polar air mass that travels over warm land in the northern hemisphere. Period. What a statement. It can result in 1 and 2. So a maritime polar air mass, so it's cold and... Jesus Christ. There's... I have my window open slightly, and there's... right beneath my window there's the yard. I live in a big apartment complex, and there's some people that have, I don't know, straight-piped cars and motorcycles, and right now it's half an hour past midnight, and that guy just started up his vehicle and it sounded like thunder. Jesus. Anyhow, so we have cold, saturated, or moist air traveling over warm land in the northern hemisphere. So cold over warm. Does that cause continuous precipitation or heavy showers? I have no idea. I would say continuous precipitation, but that's a complete guess. I mean, heavy showers I associate with thunderstorms and highly convective activity, cumulonimbus clouds, and so on and so forth. So, I'm gonna say this, but yeah, that stuff. Powerful blizzards and widespread mist. So what happens when cold, moist air travels over warm land? The warm land radiates the warmth and heats up the cold air. Jesus, I have no idea. I'll say this. Nope. Alright. Why? The air mass is colder than the underlying surface. Yeah, got that. The heat will spread up through the air, heated from below. Got that. And becomes unstable. I clearly underestimate how much the warm land can heat up air masses. Because this... How warm is the air? Like a stove, or the landmass must be like a stove in that case. But okay, I'll try to remember that. Oh dear, here we go, here we go. Most important question in all of meteorology. What is the approximate yearly frequency of tropical revolving storms in the southwest Pacific east of Australia? Very important. The questions are always either east or west of, usually they say Darwin, which is in Australia, but one of them was 9, one of them was 5. East of Australia, I think it was less. And I think west of Australia, in the Indian Ocean, it was more. So I'm gonna say 5. Oh, come on. Yeah, to me that means over here. What do the comments say? The 5 to 9 a.m. in Australia is a way of life. Correct answer, who cares? Exactly. Now, Victoria, you don't understand. These kind of questions, when you know the answer to that, it will make you a better pilot. It will save lives. No, for real. I mean, there's a lot of important stuff in there, but these questions, I'm not gonna comment further. Important, I say. There was a storm yesterday, so probably no storm in the next few days. Ah, whatever. Yeah. Oh, I even like that comment. Is this necessary to fly 320 or 737? Doubt it. And Aussie would say 9 times. Nice way to remember. Yeah, but 9 times where? East or west of Australia? Because there is a question that asks for the west. 9 a.m. sun is in the east. 5 p.m. sun in the west. That's actually a pretty good way of remembering it. 9 a.m. sun in the east, 5 p.m. sun in the west. It is comments like these that carry you through ATPL theory, really. Let's see, where are we anyway? Oh, we have traffic. Air Canada from Berlin to Montreal. Nice. Still some ATC down there. We're approaching... yeah, civilization, as I said. So let's see real quick. What's the plane doing? Oh yeah, we even see the traffic on the GCAS. About 60 miles in front of us, I would say. 50, maybe. Yeah, 50 miles. Going through the same cloud surfing as we are. And the weather to our left is... that looks crazy. He must have flown right through it. But I don't see much there. And I see these layers here. I'm not sure if that... what the sim tries to show us here, but... apparently... why do we have a master caution? Fuel. Oh, center tank's empty. Do I have to switch tanks or anything? No, alright. I mean, we still have fuel flow. So let's see, we use around 2.3 tons per hour, I guess. Which gives us almost 3 hours to go, and we will arrive at... Oh great, it doesn't say. At Sachs VOR at 22:53, which is... yeah, in 1 hour and 50 minutes roughly, so we're all good on the fuel. That does look interesting. Turn off the center pumps now. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. Yeah, they even say low pressure, so off you go. Cool. And some weather up ahead. We shall see. He says looking over my shoulder. That's hilarious. Greetings to your husband then. Thanks for the tips. Ah, Jesus. Is he flying the Max as well, or... well, I guess it's probably the same as in the NG, but still. Nice to have experts here to help me fly this thing. Took us a while to start the engines because we forgot to switch off the bleed air. It wasn't in my checklist that I used, so almost didn't even get going. But so far, so good. Not dead yet. Max NGs, okay, nice. Right then, let's continue. So, at 9 AM the sun is in the east. 5 PM, sun is in the west. I will remember. What is the main composition of clouds classified as high-level clouds? Ice crystals? I mean, water droplets are very far below below the 0 degree level. Supercooled water droplets are like in the medium level clouds. Water vapor? I don't think so. Yep. This is again a towering cumulus. What? Okay, what makes this specifically not a towering cumulus but a cumulonimbus? Isn't a cumulonimbus just a cumulus cloud that bears water? I mean, it looks a bit like they added at the bottom of it to look like it has water in there, but to me that looks like a towering cumulus, but what do I know? What do the comments say? That question should be appealed. Great. Oh, TCU has no anvil. CB will drop water like anvil, hence has anvil. A hat or cap, whatever you want to call it, means there is inversion above. It also means the towering process stopped, hence it is not towering anymore. Did this have an anvil? I guess. Okay, Victoria, thanks so much for checking in. It was nice talking to you. And yeah, I hope you can avoid the rain. I try to stream every other day. It depends a bit. Right now I have some time off to study for theory exams, which will begin next week. So yeah, maybe tomorrow, maybe on Friday. For sure, again this week, one or two times. So yeah, I'd love to see you again in the chat. Thank you so much for checking in. Alright, so apparently the towering refers to it being in the process of building a tower and not being a tower, I guess. Whatever. Which cloud species is described by the following definition? Cumulonimbus characterized by the presence, mostly in its upper portion, of distinct cirriform parts of clearly fibrous or striated structure, frequently having the form of an anvil, a plume, or a vast, more or less disorderly mass of hair. Jesus. Probably be back in an hour. Subbed. Thank you so much, Victoria. And yeah, then you can watch me try to crash land that thing into New York. That'll be fun. Alright, see you later then. Alright, so we're talking about cumulonimbus with an anvil. This species is usually accompanied by a shower or by a thunderstorm, often with squalls and sometimes with hail. It frequently produces very well-defined virga. Oh dear. I completely forgot about all of those. Was it Fractus? I have to guess. No, it was Capillatus. Yeah, but which part? Because all of that is, well, as we just learned, a cumulonimbus cloud. Or do they only refer to, like, the edges here? Cumulus mediocris sounds just funny to me. So congestus would be towering cumulus, cumulonimbus calvus, cumulonimbus capillatus, and then we have cumulonimbus capillatus incus. Jesus, sounds like the names of Roman gods. Yeah. Memorize and move on. Speaking of clouds, that looks cool. These waveform clouds. And our radar image looks quite interesting as well. But beyond 80 to 100 miles, we should be clear of everything. We can't really go any higher, I think. Yeah, 390-ish would be our max. We're at 380 right now. But I can't really see much. I mean, I see this stratus, cirrus clouds up here. I'm not sure if that's what they're meant to be. We'll see when we get there. Luckily, in the sim, we don't really have to concern ourselves too much with this. In real life, you probably would try to at least avoid the red areas, like go around here or something like that. Offset by, well, we'd have to offset by almost 80 miles. But we're gonna do it Leroy Jenkins style, and see what happens. Alright, how far along are we anyways? 2:43. Maybe before I continue, it would be worth to check when we need to descend. Also, didn't I put in the arrival, like, the approach already, because I can't see it anymore. Oh right, I reloaded the route. That's why. So let's see, right now it is in Newark, Liberty. Oh Jesus. With gusting wind, 40 knots, gusting 27 from 310. Good visibility, 28 degrees. Oh, it's quite warm. What does that mean? Remark AO2 PK wind 300 with 27. SLP, what is that again? Let me look that up. I keep forgetting that. SLP, sea level pressure. Doesn't make much sense, but okay. Towering cumulus descent? No idea. In America they often have these kind of abbreviations in the METAR. I couldn't tell you what that means. Anyways, we have some towering cumulus, we have quite some wind. ILS runway 4 approach in use still, departing 4 left, 4 right, and 4 left. ASDEX is only available for ADS-B equipped aircraft and vehicles. What on earth is that? Never heard of that. All aircrafts and vehicles equipped with transponders must ensure transponder is on prior to entering the airport movement area. Swap in effect. Runway 4 departures. Use upper antenna for ATC communications. Use caution for birds and cranes in the vicinity of Newark. Read back all runway hold short instructions and assigned altitudes. Advise you have info alpha. Okie dokie. So, approach for right. Easy and simple. How do you pronounce that waypoint? Doing, yeah. Sure. So, departure arrival. So we're coming in on the Shave, whatever, 7. Hang on. Shave 7 arrival. Albany transition? Is that a transition? Oh yeah, sure, because we're coming in at Albany. That makes sense. While we're here, anything important? Set inches, transition level 18,000, radar required, glide activity, parachute operations, okay. North Atlantic arrivals via Boston VOR. No, that's not us. Or are we actually? File Barnes transition. Yeah, no, that's not us. Domestic arrivals from the east. Kingston transition. We're not that either, really. Yeah, okay, so we're coming in over Albany. We have to be at 70 at crank. And we have Huguenot VOR, that's interesting. Sparta VOR and expect radar vectors to final approach course. Splendid. So, Shave 7 arrival, Albany transition, and ILS 4 right. Kilma transition. Which is correct. Execute. Oh, what did I do there? Ah, we have the discontinuities there in the plan. It's clearing up a little bit down there. Oh, it actually moved to the west, all the weather. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's these clouds that we get on the weather radar. I think that's what the sim tries. When the sim tries to depict high-level CBs, that's what it ends up doing, because otherwise I couldn't explain these kind of radar returns. Anyways, they're out of our way. Let's go plan. So... after Hannah, we can delete this. Yes. Albany, a Cove, Talcoweeds, Hillan, Flossy, Crank, Shave, Sax, and from Sax we'll get vectors to, not to Gritty, to Kilma. Again, it doesn't want to do Kilma. Put that here. Actually... yeah, whatever. Let's make it a continuous route. We know we get vectors here. It's better for our calculation, for the fuel calculation and everything anyways, so... that's the arrival in there. Do we have... ATC? No. Menu. No. NRF. Index. Approach. Yeah, ILS. That's what I wanted to check. So we have 108.7 and a course of 39 degrees. 108.7, 4 degrees. I guess we take it. Glide slope on or off? That's interesting. Alright, so all that's left is the calculations. And we can do these later. Perfect. Now please don't act up again. Dear FMS. Please behave. Oh, look at this. That wasn't there before. Very nice. Alright, so where can we expect radar? Yeah. What was it? At Crank, I believe we needed to be at 7-0 already, so for the approach we can expect some ATC. Right. Let's continue. All right. I think I'm gonna dial up the music a little bit. Let's continue. Just to have some. All right. Something in the background. I think I'm gonna dial up the music a little bit. Let's continue. Just to have some a bit alright. Something in the background. I'm gonna dial up the music a little bit. Let's continue. Okie dokie. So, Polar front depression is approaching Great Britain. Oh no. Moving west to east across the Atlantic during winter. Regarding the air masses surrounding the depression, the warm sector will contain. The air to the east of the depression will be, to the west of the depression will be, and north of the depression will be. What? I'm gonna have to do a painting for this. So the warm sector. So we have our answer options are polar, Arctic, polar, and tropical. A polar front depression is approaching Great Britain, moving west to east. By the way, I totally forgot to check when we need to descend, but we'll do that after the question. Moving west to east across the Atlantic during winter, approaching Great Britain. The warm sector. Where will the warm sector be? Will be behind the depression, won't it? But as all of it is a polar front depression, and coming from the west, I would say it also contains polar air, which would make A the only feasible answer option. So let's see what the rest, if the rest makes sense. Damn, look at that down here. Crazy. So the air to the east of the depression will be this is gonna make me depressed. Well, I mean, that's basically just the air that the depression is the depression is pushing along in front of it. So also polar air. Arctic air north of the depression may be. It doesn't make sense that it's tropical air. I guess let's just. Hey, it was correct. Alright, let's see what that says in just a bit. I will need to make a quick phone call. Let's put on the orbit cam. And I will be right back. Okie dokie, I am back. Just a quick phone call with the missus. Alright, seems like we have a bit better weather. Better weather. Better weather. And some civilization coming up. I see crop fields, power lines, roads. Is that a vineyard? Could be anything. Very nice. Yeah, the weather is going away. Where are we? That's probably Quebec. That's Montreal. Yeah, approaching the States. USA, here we come. Right, we wanted to check when we need to descend. So, here on the Shave 7 arrival, we need to cross crank at 7,000. Meaning we need to descend 31,000 feet, meaning 93 miles. Make that 100 miles. So, what do we have here? 8, 16... 28, 41, 52 plus 32 is 84. Yeah, so a bit before Albany. But we can probably use this. Crank was it, right? Yeah. Crank over here. And a 100-mile radius, por favor. That's 100 miles? Jesus. Nah, it isn't. That's crank right here. What did I do? Isn't that a radius? Distance? Hang on. Give me the plan. Well, there's crank. What did I do? Well, that's probably... How do you say it? A radial? Not a radius? I mean, not a radial, but oh, Jesus, how do you call that? A line pointing from that waypoint. Let's try that again. So I would love to have distance 100. So let's clear that or delete that. So 0 and 100. Invalid entry. Let's go 100, 100. Okay. That basically did the same thing. Surprisingly, it does not work like an Airbus. Who could have thought? So we're coming in from and, or no, we're coming into it facing 209 degrees. Meaning the reciprocal would be 29. So let's try that. What if I just do that? Okay, that points to where we are. But these 139, what do they mean? So ETA, altitude, what's DTG? Distance to go? Not sure. So if I go 029/100. There we go. I only wanted the circle. That's all I wanted. So can I just go backslash, well in that case we already have it, so let's go 85. Ah, there we go. Okay. So let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. 100 in here. Okay, then it uses the exact track and hides it below our track, so we don't have that other dashed line, and we only have the circle. That's exactly what I wanted. Lovely. There it is. So that's where we will initiate our descent. Very nice. And we are right on top of something. Charlie Yankee Romeo Quebec. Whatever that is. Some nice rivers flowing here. Oh, there's a lake. Look at that. Cool. Oh. And some thunderstorms. Well, now I'm interested in the ATIS. Charlie Yankee Romeo Quebec. What are you? Trois rivières. So we have the 7 isles and the 3 rivers. Very creative. Wind is okay, 6 knots, 9 kilometers of visibility. Scatter clouds at 16,000. TCAS testing active in approach area. Expect possible alerts. Interesting. But nothing of any thunderstorms. And it's only 16 minutes old. Oh, hang on, that's from Say Intentions. Pilot edge, real, Iveo. Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe that's the reason. What's the meta saying? All the same, basically. Alright then. Montreal coming up here. And thereafter, America. And some more clouds. Yeah. Ooh. Very nice lake, and that's probably one of the 3 rivers. Lovely. Just beautiful. now let's continue on our quest of getting better pilots. So, the question was, a polar front depression is approaching Great Britain, moving west to east across the Atlantic during winter. And we were supposed to designate which air mass will be where. And this confused the heck out of me. So, it's moving across here. It's maritime polar air. Okay, that much I got. Defined by where it has been formed. Okay, so over the sea in polar regions. The air masses are classified as tropical, polar and Arctic. And in terms of their thermal qualities and in terms of their water content. So Arctic air is directly north of Europe, polar air is from the polar cell through the atmosphere of the atmosphere's source regions like Siberia or northern Canada, Greenland. Alright, give me just a second while I need to do something real quickly. Okay. Here we go. So, in this case, tropical air in the warm sector. The warm sector to the south of the depression is that tropical air. Oh, okay. What was the question? The warm sector will contain. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. The air to the east of the depression will be. Well, that will be polar air. Yes. Air to the west of the depression will be also polar air. Yes. And the air north of the depression will be apparently Arctic air. Okay. Lucky guess. Refer to figure. A ridge is represented in Southern Hemisphere surface chart. A ridge. I feel like this is incomplete. Oh, there we go. Yep, like that. Now that's a good question. So this looks like a ridge here at E. So this is probably a low, and this seems to be a high, right? So we have widely spaced isobars. Is my mouse visible at all? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I think G is the center of a high pressure system, and E would be the ridge. Yep. Perfecto. Ooh, what's that over there? that must look nice. This area of sunshine between all these clouds. This looked interesting to me, but yeah, only when you zoom in. Oh, and the top of descent is in view. Jesus, look at this. Alright then. And also, yeah, we are directly abeam Montreal. Over there somewhere. All right. Let's continue. Frontal fog will dissipate when the warm front has passed, polar air substitutes the warm air, cold front has passed, or cold front turns into an occlusion. So, as the name suggests, frontal fog is associated with fronts, so it will dissipate when the front has passed, I think. And I think it's associated with cold fronts. I think we had a question like that earlier. Let's see. Nope. Warm front. Damn. Up to 200 miles wide, yeah. So yeah, cold air. We have some warm air pushing on top of that. Now why does the fog build up there? Occurs at a warm front or occlusion. The main cause, precipitation lowering the cloud base to the ground. Formed due to evaporation and following condensation of warm falling precipitation down in a cold, moist layer ahead of a warm front. Oh, okay. So there's raining down here below the 0 degree level, so it won't freeze. Giving precipitation here, warm precipitation. And that somehow develops into fog. Alright. Need to memorize warm front, frontal fog. Okie dokie. Which of the figures represents a cold depression? That would be low and low, right? So figure 3? When everything is pointed or curved downwards? Yep. What is the accurate combination of figures that corresponds to a cold front occlusion? Oh dear. So an occlusion is when the fronts already have overtaken each other, right? So must be one of these two. I think. And a cold front occlusion would mean that the colder air mass is behind. That would be figure 1. Is that correct though? That's the question. I think so. Yeah, let's go figure 1. There is more? So, okay. So figure 1 and... Well, 4 and 5 don't make sense to me because the temperature levels are the same levels here. Because of course the warm air will always be in between, but one of these should be colder than the other. That means the temperature levels should be different to one another. Or is it... is there an option for 1 and 3? No. So 1 and 5 or 1, 3 and 5. Does 3 make sense? So apparently it's 1 and 5, but does 3 make sense? I mean, 3 is just a cold front, really. It's not an occlusion, so let's go with 1 and 5. Yep. Oop. Some porpoising. Jesus. Literal hell is awaiting us. Lovely. Almost 3.5 hours down. Approaching Hannah in 12 minutes. Shortly thereafter, our top of descent. How's the ATC situation looking like? Same. Montreal approach doesn't concern us though. And is that New York radar? Oh yeah, New York Center. Covering all airports within Z November Yankee, including Philadelphia, CBDLC available in en route airspace. Are we CBDLC capable in the Max here, in this particular one? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Probably not. Okay, no dedicated controller in Newark. And thank God not much traffic down there. Because I think that would kill me right now. Flying in there with an unfamiliar aircraft. Unfamiliar airport. We will have to do a proper briefing. I need to know where I will be going. But until then... Oh, that's Oscar still, when he sadly crashed his sim. He will be remembered. Okie dokie. Which of the following correctly describes the sustained wind speeds of a tropical storm that has not yet reached the severe stage? The severe stage would be probably something like 150 knots, so... Delta? I feel like I remember the question and I feel like it was a trick, so I'm inclined to go with Charlie. Because you would go for Delta, but... Oh, even lower? What? Well, probably because it's not a tropical revolving storm, it's only a tropical storm. Oh yeah, okay. Once it exceeds 63 knots, in a severe tropical storm is 34 to 63. Okay. Well. Alright, I guess. When is radiation fog likely to form? When the sun's radiation evaporates water from wet ground. The saturated air is cooled below its dew point as it flows over cold ground in winter, and condensed droplets are supported by the wind. Yeah, I don't think so. When the Earth radiates heat into space, air in contact with Earth's surface is cooled below its dew point, and the condensed droplets are supported by mechanical turbulence. When the sun's radiation warms the air in contact with the Earth's surface above its dew point, and the evaporated water droplets are supported by wind blowing up a slope. Why is it always about something being blown up? And with that I mean water, vapor, or air parcels. When the Earth radiates heat at night into the air above it, warming it above its dew point, and so condensing its water vapor into fog droplets. So I'm pretty sure it has to do with Earth radiation. So either Bravo or Delta, and Delta sounds very logical to me. So Bravo, when the Earth radiates heat into space, air in contact with Earth's surface is cooled below its dew point. Well, why would it be cooled when the Earth radiates heat into that air? So that doesn't make sense. So let's go with Delta. Oh, come on. That doesn't make any sense. So the Earth radiates heat into space, meaning the space directly above the Earth, which is filled with the air in contact with Earth's surface, which in turn is heated by the Earth, by the heat radiated by the Earth. So why is it cooled below its dew point? Or don't tell me it's cooled below its dew point because it got heated up so much that it ascended into levels that in turn cooled it down, so then it... But then it wouldn't be fog. It would be clouds. Explain. Explain to me this question. So we have terrestrial radiation with these lovely arrows here created in MS Paint. Conductive cooling, okay. Caused by radiation of the Earth's heat at night, and the conductive cooling below dew point of the air in contact with the ground. But this does not make sense with this. It doesn't go together in my head. In conditions of calm or very light wind and clear skies, radiation fog occurs at night and early morning and usually does not last long after sunrise, predominantly autumn and winter. Conditions necessary: clear sky. Increases the rate of terrestrial radiation and cooling of the ground. Well, okay, cooling of the ground, but heating of the air above it. High relative humidity, little cooling will be enough to cause saturation and condensation. Okay. Calm or very light wind. Okay. Surface only occurs over land because ground surface is a better heat conductor than sea surface. Okay, that doesn't really explain anything to me. But okay, I guess. Next one. How's it going here? Very good. Oh, just noticed you can't see anything, but that's okay. Just check the instruments. All right. Let's go until 30 and then it is time to descend. The formation of ice fog occurs at an ambient temperature, well, probably below 0, after something is introduced into a cold saturated air mass. So either dry warm air or moist warm air. Because I'm pretty sure it will be below 0. I mean, technically Bravo also has a below 0 range, but Charlie speaks to me. And I was right. I will not look that up in detail for now. I just want to get through some of these, and then later when I review all the wrong questions, then I will go into detail there. Which of the following statements is correct? The Bergeron-Findeisen process is mainly based on the difference of maximum vapor pressure over water and over ice of the same temperature. I think that was something else. At mid-latitudes, the coalescence process is usually the initial process in the formation of precipitation. Yeah, could be. It was about these two, coalescence process and Bergeron-Findeisen process. These two different processes of how precipitation starts. But I forgot which is which, and yeah. In the tropics, stratiform precipitation does not occur. Don't think so, I think it does. The principle of the Bergeron-Findeisen process is mainly based on the difference in size of the cloud elements. Hello, Victoria. Not Greek, I think. A mixture of something Scandinavian and German. So Findeisen is German. Bergeron sounds... could be a Greek god. So I don't think it was different in size of the cloud elements. It was different in size of the droplets, I think. So one of these two. And that doesn't make sense to me. So bravo. Damn it. Alright, where are we? Okay. Let's skip the questions for now. That's enough for me. It's all Greek to me. Yeah. Same here. Let's make this a bit bigger. So, you are right in time for our descent. So we have New York Center online, so they will give us a bit of help inbound Newark. Who is that? Another Max crossing 8,000 feet below us. Alright, let's see. So I have managed to put a circle where we need to descend, which is 100 miles before crank, where we will need to be at 7,000 feet. So actually, what if we are in VNAV, right? So if I put 7,000 up here, damn, that takes a while. Does it have like a top of descent by its own? On its own somewhere here? And can do a VNAV descent? Probably not, right? Yeah. Well, let's keep 20,000 here for now. We won't activate it yet. We can do a fuel check actually. We are at Hannah. Yes, all these aircraft that you saw on that map right now. I will pull it up shortly again to show you. All these are on Vatsim, so all real people flying around. And also some real controllers. So, real in air quotes. Hannah, 3 hours, 39 minutes down the line, so we're a bit faster. 4.4 tons should be in the tank and 8.7 should be in the atmosphere. So we have a bit less, 4.2, but that's okay, I would say. And fuel used, we have just under 8.9. How much was it? 8.7. So that's alright. So, this map here. Let me pull it a bit... oh, that's too large. Hang on. Like this. So all the planes you see, so down here we have right now 1058 pilots. Sometimes it's double that. When, I mean, right now it's very late in Europe. When Europe is awake in the afternoon. Thousands of planes. So all these are real people at home in front of their computer, like me. Oh, now Moncton, oh no, Montreal Center is online. Oh well. And as you can see, so these lime green areas are center controllers. So that's Montreal Center. We are soon to be in contact with New York Center. These orange outlines are the approach controllers. And then here you have, for example, tower, the red T or the green G is ground frequencies. And every airport that is within a controlled area or has a ground or tower controller has also got an ATIS. So yeah, quite cool. And we need to descend. So how do I do that? Well, let's go level change. And also let's get rid of the circle. So let's delete that. And delete crank from the fix info overall. And we want to go down to 70. Or 7,000. To be precise. Which we will reach right after crank, so that's just about right. Very nice. USA down there. So, time for us to carefully prepare the approach. Let me pull out my checklist here real quick. So I would assume that there is, like, speaking of the ILS approach, so we have an approach button there. And also let's seat the passengers. It will be healthier for them in the long run. We have an approach button there. When I press that, does that already... Yeah, that arms localize and glide slope. Okay, perfect. Oh, can you... Hello? Alright. That lives with us now. What have I got, VNAV? Nope. This trim. You could probably break a finger if you accidentally stick a finger in there. Alright then. F around and find out. We have approach now stuck on, but that's okay. So that's how we capture localizer and glide slope there. That's fine with me. Landing altitude, right. So Newark is probably at sea level, right? Must be. Or maybe 100 feet up. Airport elevation 18 feet, so yeah. Yeah, let's keep it 18. So that's the landing altitude set. Landing performance. Let's see. So let's go in here. Actually, before we do that, does the plane... Oh, that was not what I wanted. Does the plane tell me our landing weight? 67.1. Is that our current gross weight? Let's see. What was our zero fuel weight? 59.2, and currently we have 4 tons block fuel, so that would be 63.2, so that doesn't make any sense. Cool. Alright, let's see then. We're supposed to land in Newark with 3.4 tons of fuel, sorry, 3.8. What did we... Oh, that's ATC, New York Center. 125325. It's getting serious now.
Air Canada 731, wind 310 at 15, gust 22, runway 4, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff runway 4, Air Canada 731.
Total 1041, welcome to LaGuardia, call ground point 7.
Oh dear, gets exciting. Been a while since I've been flying with ATC in the US.
Runway 31 right, quarter line.
It's a bit loud for me.
Like
Let me know how the volume of the controller is.
JetBlue 699, your frequency.
AFM JetBlue 699.
JetBlue 699, New York, runway 4, line up the line.
Line up runway JetBlue 699.
Number 7, Mike, 1 departure intersecting runway prior to your arrival. Wind 310 at 15, gust 22, runway 31, quarter line.
Runway 31, quarter line, 767, Mike.
New York Center, very good afternoon. United 81, passing flight level 250, descending via star 7000.
United 81, New York. Good afternoon, squawk 4253.
Squawking 4253, United 81.
American 628, descend and maintain 3000.
Maintain 3000, American
Squawk is set. We said hi
American
to
1040
our lovely
Cameron
controller.
at 1000, Kennedy altimeter 2958. JetBlue 699, wind 310 at 15, gust 22, runway 4, no delay, clear for takeoff.
Oh, lap in my throat again.
Runway 4, JetBlue 699.
He's still loud for me. Hang on.
Center, good afternoon, Delta 2252, out of flight level 34.5.
Alright.
2252, New York, good afternoon, cross Mark at and maintain flight level 1900.
Mark at maintain
We may need to increase our descent a bit for crank, but we can use
75, 76,
the speed brake later.
Fuel at and maintain flight level 200.
Alright then. Landing flaps and VRF, so let's see. I wanted to check. ATC is a little loud, okay, I'll dial it down, thank you.
040, maintain 3000.
Dial it down a bit, let me know if that's better.
JetBlue 227, runway 4, line up. JetBlue 227, New York, runway 4, line up.
So our zero fuel weight was 63, so we're gonna land with just under 4, so let's say with 67. Hang on. Yeah, that's our current gross weight, 67, okay.
United 81, expect ILS, runway 4 right.
Expecting ILS 4 right, United 81.
United 75, 76, maybe get the direct of the arc to fuel or tour.
Too much? Okay, got it.
United 75, 76,
it's a bit difficult because every controller has a different volume. I adjusted it again a little bit. So, again.
American 2226, fly heading 340, clear ILS 31 right. Heading 34 clear for ILS.
Calculate.
Air Canada 731,
so
Iraqi.
Direct Iraqi, Air Canada 731.
Flaps 3, what? That's supposed to mean flaps 30.
330 at 9er, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright, I'm gonna do that on my PC.
American 628, fly heading 350.
350, American 628.
Air Canada 1512 heavy.
Yeah, flaps 30. So flaps 30 Brakes auto. Oh yeah, we don't have reversers.
Southwest 8325,
Kennedy,
call ground.
Auto brake 3. And flaps 30. Okay.
United 75, 76, correct fuel.
So let's go auto brake 3.
For 75, thank you.
Flaps 30. VRF 1 for 1.
31 right, quarter line.
Runway 21 right,
That's funny. Okay, we need to increase our descent a
Approach
little bit.
7 Mike, we I think we called on our flying also we're in the river, but you have a good night. Thanks for the help.
That's a lot of people on the frequency. Hang on real quick.
Triple 699, radar contact, turn left heading 270, climb maintain 17,000.
Left heading 270,
climb
maintain 17,000, JetBlue 699.
Air Canada 731, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Oscar 1, Canada 731.
American 628, fly heading 300, clear to ILS 27 right.
Heading 300, clear to ILS 27 right,
American 1040, heading 040, vectors ILS 31 right.
So, we've got info Bravo. Altimeter 2958, so we need to set that over here. Go to inches of mercury.
American 3207, New York. You're about to leave my airspace shortly.
2958. Let's change over to IAS.
717 New York, expect ILS 31 right, Kennedy altimeter 2958.
There we go. Through the clouds.
717, just want to maintain outer south.
Plus 12 on the total air temperature, minus 5 on the static. So let's put on anti-ice for the time being. Engine and wait.
367 New York,
alright. I need to get my yoke real quick. Always put that out of the way for longer flights because it's really in the way on my desk.
Negative, Cathay 31 heavy, left 170.
Right. There we go, yoke is reinstalled.
1060, expect RNAV X-ray, runway 31.
Busy controller.
American 1040, just want to maintain 4000.
Alright. So, landing flaps and VRF is set. Recall, I suppose, is checked. I don't see anything worth recalling. Our landing minimums for ILS 4 right.
American 628, twin 290 at 11 gust 20, runway 27 right, quarter line.
That's the wrong airport. Oh,
Cathay
no.
831 heavy, climb, maintain 17,000.
Coming to 170, Cathay 31.
Triple 699, proceed direct to Biggie, climb, maintain level 340.
Direct to Biggie, climb and maintain 340, JetBlue 699.
211
American
feet.
1060, just want to maintain
Damn, that got
7,000.
real dark real quick.
So maintain 7,000, American 1060.
Here we go. Oh, now we
Cathay
need a
15
bit of
kilo, climb, maintain level
speed brake
340.
and 250. Let's not forget that.
Cathay 15 kilo super, climb, maintain level 340.
And the minimums. No, borrow please. That's too much.
81, expect ILS. Actually, scored out, it's always out, I think.
Oh, come on. 220. There we go, 211.
Apologies, climb up 15 kilo.
We're a tiny bit high, but that's okay.
Roger, climate center for 0, Qantas 1526.
Alright, auto brake is set.
1564
Descent
heavy
checklist.
New York,
Pressurization,
expect
landing
final,
altitude 0
ready,
feet
altimeter,
is set. Let's retract the speed brakes. Recall checked. Auto brake. Auto brake 3. No, that reset itself again. Landing date VREF
717, fly heading 230.
1 for 1 knots. Where is it? Approach here. And flaps 30, and the minimums are 211 feet.
American 2226.
Approach briefing is hereby basically complete. We can switch on the logo lights and also the landing lights below 10,000.
Thank you,
Logo. Seatbelts are on. Multi-mode receiver. ILS frequency for arriving runway. That would be 1087.
Cathay 831 heavy, continue left heading 040.
Resident 040, Cathay 31.
Yep.
717, it's going to maintain 4,000. 717, it's going to maintain 4,000.
Okay, okay. Course set arriving runway heading
1040, it's going to maintain 3,000.
039 now.
FedEx 1564 heavy, it's going to maintain 9,000.
Could have done that a bit earlier, but better late than never.
Not sure if I told you about FedEx 1564 heavy, expect ILS 31 right.
There we go. Alright.
Wonderful, thank you.
Approach checklist. Seatbelt signs are on. Lights are configured. Engine switches continuous. Ignition, I suppose. So, over here.
Near center,
and speed brakes. Arm.
45, 67, New York on request, expected it.
Alright, now let's see, where will we land? Or where will we park? Because I think here in the States you tell the controller.
Sorry, can I 1512 again?
We're expecting vectors for final.
Yes sir, you're on vectors currently.
We are also waiting for vectors. So I'm just checking where the real flight parked.
New York Center, could the American Slope 2 Heavy with you on taxiway 0.
Also, where do we intercept the glide slope? At 2,800, okay. So the real flight parked...
American 442 Heavy, 1330 at 9er, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 31 left, American 442 Heavy.
Bravo...
American 1040, fly heading 340,
56, stand 56.
240 and let's go next.
Air Canada 1512 heavy, fly heading 090, it's going to maintain.
Let's go heading cell, because this is the vectored segment.
717, fly heading 270.
And let's go down to 220 because
American 1060, Clitorex Pachu, cross Pachu.
Not sure if he forgot us or if he's just busy. Damn, what a weather here.
1931, leaving Meyer Space, frequency change approved. 227, radar contact, call maintain 17,000, say current altitude.
17 to 2,000 and passing to 4,000.
Alright. I think we are prepared. So after landing, what can we expect?
Looks like you're slightly off course, turn right heading 25.
So we'll land 4 right, so we'll probably go off Juliet or Papa 3 or something like that. So we will probably be instructed to cross
1564 heavy,
4
right
left,
250.
and then taxi via Romeo.
Air Canada 1512 heavy, fly heading 070, maintain 2,800 till established, clear islands runway 4.
And Bravo, Romeo Echo. Probably. Let's see. Something like that. So let's bring up the approach chart.
About 476, runway 31 left, line up on it.
Missed approach is
Regard 4567.
climbing 560 feet, then right up to 2000, direct tiny.
Regard 4567, I sent you a reroute via text.
Then left on track 015 to Nepti, cross Nepti at or below 2000, then climbing left to 3000, blah 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 blah. So, the blue line. Alright, did he forget us?
Roger, and we are ready to taxi. I don't know if you want to start us there.
Because we need to go down to, let's say, 3000 at KEWR,
November and Sierra
which would be 4000 feet.
Juliet, November, Sierra,
yeah, we still have some time.
4567.
That's okay. Ooh. Yeah, that wakes you up.
Got the 831 heavy, proceed direct to Greki.
I hope I didn't miss a call.
290. 717, right turn 040. 717, turn right 040. 227, proceed direct to Merit. Direct to Merit, 227. Outlaw 476, wind 330 at 9er, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff. Outlaw 476, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
31 left, clear for takeoff.
Ooh, look at this. Wow.
American 1040, wind 330 at 9er, runway 31 right, total line. American 442 heavy, maintain 17,000.
Maintain 17,000 American 442 heavy.
American 447, I'm not sure how you managed, but you climbed incredibly fast. That's probably as fast as I've ever seen.
We're only going 210 knots.
Welcome to the state of New York. And some rain up ahead.
I'm thinking about your altitude. Confirm you're at 14,000 currently?
14,000 AFM.
Alright, yeah, that was. We broke a record there, I think. That's the fastest someone has climbed at departure. Left turn now, heading 080.
By the way.
Left turn heading 080, American 42 heavy.
So there's no holding here.
717, just want to maintain 3,000.
So I guess if we don't get any further instructions past Sparta VOR, we just continue present heading, right?
American 1060, only 31 quarter land, wind 310 at 15, gust 22.
I suppose so.
Cat 831, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved. Total 2252, descend and maintain 10,000, report altimeter 2.57. United 20, question United 7576, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Descend and maintain flight level 190, 7576.
Triple 717, fly heading 340.
Waiting patiently for his call. I mean, again, we need to be at around 3,000 at KEWR, so for that we need 12 miles to descend down there. Still 20 miles to KEWR, so...
United 81, fly heading 180, vectors to final, descend and maintain 5,000.
Heading 180 and descend and maintain 5,000 feet, United 81. There we go.
American 442 heavy, fly heading 040.
So... oh no, that's the speed! Stop, abort, abort! On the heading 180 and descending 5,000. Level change 5,000 and heading 180.
Hello 476, better contact, climb, maintain 17,000.
Alright. Was afraid he forgot us, but
227, leaving my airspace, frequency
just as I thought. When the sun shines on these, on the master caution and master warning buttons, it looks like they're on. That's a bit deceiving. So I think once we have reached 5,000 we can go flat.
1193 New York, you're outside of my airspace and only covered up to level 230 where you are, so continue with advisory.
Let's go down to 200.
New York Center, United 69 Heavy
Better
is
take it easy.
IFR clearance to Denver as well.
United 69 New York on request, expect PDC.
That's one dirty cowling. By the way, is the anti-ice still on?
3458 New York, expect ILS, question expect RNAV X-ray,
it is. I don't think we need that anymore. Do we? No, we don't.
717, wind 340 at 10, runway 31 right, Cortland. Alpha 476, proceed direct to Robbinsville, VOR. That's Romeo Bravo Victor, call maintain followable 400.
Alright, direct Robbinsville up to 400, Outlaw 476.
Lovely.
American 442 Heavy, proceed direct Merritt.
Actually, I was wrong. That wasn't that's not New York State. That's New Jersey right here, right?
Proceed direct Merritt. Through position.
Confused that.
American 412 Heavy.
My bad. I apologize to all New Yorkers. I think they will take it the most seriously.
1564 is going to be vectors for the approach. United 81, fly heading 150.
Heading 150, United 81.
About 2252, expect RNAV X-ray runway 31.
We'll expect the 2252.
United 7576, after Pucky, fly heading 170, vectors ILS.
Oh yeah, New Jersey.
Right.
Yeah, I thought so.
After Pucky,
it's a bit weird. New York, like it has Long Island and Manhattan, but that's only just the little tip down there, and then it stretches all the way up to, I think, to the Great Lakes, right?
76, heading 170 after Pucky.
Oh, would you look at that?
Heading 170 after Pucky.
There's a little bit of weather in the way.
United 81, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet, United 81.
1564 heavy, descend and maintain 3000.
Alright, let's go, flaps 5.
1564 heavy.
No idea what the schedule is, but why are you... Jesus, are we a Stuka? Why on earth are we...
American 7576, maybe.
Are we that draggy that we can afford? Alright, hang on. Vertical speed, please.
Right, what's the who called for?
I don't want to dive bomb anyone, so
American 7576.
please do relax.
United 7576.
Do you have speed brakes out still?
Have lower for shoulder.
No.
Yeah, my fault. Copy that.
No speed brakes.
7576.
And there was someone else trying to call again.
JetBlue 1237, level 5000.
JetBlue 1257, radar contact, call maintain 17000.
17000, JetBlue 1237.
Can we disengage approach mode now? Nope.
Canada 1512, cross runway 4 left. And taxi Kilo and Alpha departure.
Victoria, do you know by any chance if I can deactivate approach mode again? I mean, now it's fine, I guess, but that's all required. I activated it just out of curiosity if that will already arm glide slope and lock, but way up on cruising altitude basically. So now it's was on all the way down here. And I would have only activated it right now, but...
Triple 1257, proceed direct to Robbinsville, Romeo Bravo Victor, call and maintain, followable 380.
Look at this. Oh my god.
76, fly heading 180.
Heading 180,
I have both flight directors. Okay, that makes
United
sense.
81, fly heading 070. Maintain 2,800, still established, clear ILS runway 4 right.
Heading 070, maintaining 2,800 until established, and say again the last part for United 81.
United 81, clear ILS 4 right.
Clear ILS 4 right, United 81, thank you.
United 7576, descend to maintain 8,000, Kennedy altimeter 2959.
Alright, let's go 180 on the speed.
This is 8,000 to
I hope my sim survives this. Yeah, no, for now it's alright. I was just wondering because I couldn't disengage it anymore. But it's good to know. Thank you.
295.
Question JetBlue 17.
What a soup.
New York, to maintain Bravo 19.
We are in the thick of it.
You're all protocol.
Damn. Been a while since I had that weather.
About 2412 New York, descend via the Prow to arrival, we'll go to altimeter 2905.
Victoria, is there still all that smoke from the wildfires, I believe it was, over the northeast US?
717,
Northeastern US? I think there was quite a lot of smoke, right? And I saw some pictures of people on Flight Simulator that it was even in the flight sim, which is crazy when you think of it, about it, but
6270.
so, that's bright.
Frequency change approved, JetBlue 699.
FedEx 1664 heavy, wind 340 at 10, runway 31 right, quarter line.
Isn't that outboard display unit? Should be this one, no? I mean, it makes sense that you have right and left, but yeah, anyways.
4702,
there's the localizer coming in. Lock captured.
We'll go to altimeter 2905. We'll follow the press.
You're way out west where you have your own smoke. Pretty bad these days. Oh man. Sorry for you guys. I mean, especially during the summer in Southern Europe, like Greece, Italy.
United 81, wind 300 at 12, gust 23, runway 4 right, quarter line.
Clear to land, runway 4 right, United 81. Yeah, especially around the Mediterranean, there's lots of wildfires in the summer, but in the US and Canada, it's really bad sometimes, yeah. I hope it gets better, but I fear it won't. So, let's go 160 and put the gear down.
New York Center, United 69 heavy with information Charlie.
Maybe a bit early, but especially when I see nothing, I prefer to be earlier than later.
Bravo, United 69.
And for performance sake, I will skip the replay tool. I think that would probably totally break it. Right, there's the glide slope.
Heading 230, runway 27 left, cleared for take.
And
230-27
probably a bit fast for that, but let's... I have no idea about this flap schedule. Let's go flaps 15. Well, that's one way of seeing it, Victoria. I mean, technically that's even the truth, but it's checked. Radio altimeter coming in, and we see something wonderful. Damn, look at these fuel depots. So I don't see a runway. Oh, I do. I see the puppies, at least.
Charlie, radar contact 15 miles northeast of Westchester, 16.
So we're going flaps 30, VRF is 1 for 1.
The turn right, heading 130.
So, how far are we out? 7 miles. Yeah, let's go VRF. And flaps 30. So taxi light can go on. Landing checklist, flaps 30, green light, landing gear 3 down, green light. Interesting phraseology, but that's what it says here. Speed brake is armed, engine start switches are continuous, runway in sight. Landing clearance is obtained. Who would have thought?
United 7576, fly heading 130, descend and maintain 4.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves.
Heading 130
We
to
are
28.
attempting to land a 737 while we have downtown Manhattan in the background there. I would love to go back there. So let's switch off the flight directors.
You're at 293 New York, hello, descend and maintain.
And let's
28.
go. Manual thrust.
Number 5, question number 4, Juliet
Manual
Charlie, expect
flight.
ILS runway 34.
No. There we go. Alright, don't get too low.
Record 4567, radar contact, altitude.
Brickyard. Which airline was Brickyard again?
Brickyard 4567.
Record 4567, thanks. Turn left direct ditch, calm, maintain 1.
My mic is in the way of the throttles.
Direct ditch 12000, Brickyard 4567.
Oop, getting a bit high. Sadly, my trim doesn't really work, so...
1257, amend altitude, maintain protocol 320 for now.
Maintain 320.
And I really hope the performance, that's checked, performance will hold up. Getting a bit high there.
United 7576.
Ah, Republic, right, yeah. I remember.
Heading 090, 925.
Alright, going off the poppies.
Frontier 3458, descend and maintain.
Bit high, bit slow. Bit low, bit fast.
2252, correct departure,
Continue.
cross departure after above 3000, clear RNAV
dear.
X-ray runway 31.
Direct departure at above 3000, clear the RNAV X-ray 31,
Record
I feel like we're quite a bit
expect,
too slow,
RNAV
but
X-ray runway 31.
that's okay.
Clear RNAV X-ray 31, record
Let's go
4702.
idle.
New York Center, Brickyard 5743, short of 31 left.
Oh dear.
Record 5743, New York, runway 31 left, line up and away.
31 left, line by Brickyard for 57.
I did worse. Did better too, but also did worse.
1715.
Let's go manual brakes. Can we do this exit? Probably not. Yeah, my microphone arm was in the way a bit for my throttles, so that was a bit unfortunate. And I have to bind my trim. So let's exit the runway here. And these brakes will be hot. Thank you. Not my proudest landing, but it's okay.
November 54, Juliet
We
Charlie,
survived.
sunrise,
That's
heading 230.
the most important part. After this long flight. Actually, it felt quite nice,
Frontier 3458,
the hand
correct
flying.
departure, cross departure, above 3000, clear
I think
RNAV
we'll be
X-ray runway 31.
fine when we taxi left here. But first, let's switch off the landing lights. Switch off the turn flights. And position to steady. Let's get over here.
7543, 1340 at 10, runway
Some
31
speed
left,
brakes.
clear for takeoff.
31 left, clear takeoff, Brickyard
And
3743.
flaps up.
You're at 293, descend and maintain protocol 200.
Yeah, it was quite windy.
476, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved, have a great.
No one else coming in, so we can take it a bit slow until we get a call.
Level 721, radar contact, calm, maintain 2000 and take current altitude.
Auto brake is off, perfect. Flaps retracted, spoiler stowed, propheat, auto.
Level 721, radar contact, calm, maintain
give it a bit of gas.
2000 and take current altitude.
Oh, I thought I heard you back. Passing 5,000, maintain 2000 for American, for Delta 721.
Level 2412, we're going to maintain 7000.
Takes a lot of thrust on the ground.
Level 2412, just going to maintain 7000.
7000, 2412.
My first time in New York, by the way. Sadly, I don't have a scenery,
100.
as you can see, but
Can you tell me the heading again for Delta 721?
there's a first for everything.
721, continue left, heading 100.
Heading 100 for Delta 721.
1715, just going
I
to
will
maintain
call
4000.
him as soon as the frequency is clear.
Brickyard 4567, New York.
Brickyard 4567.
Brickyard 4567. Any chance you can do audible 190 today, sir?
Sure, why not?
Wonderful. Brickyard 4567.
So the engine start switches can go off.
Level 1 honors your brickyard 4567.
Terrain off. Weather off. What on earth is that?
American 9787 New York, runway 31 left, line up runway.
And we can start the AP.
Center, brickyard 57.
Here it is! Insta start on the APU. Isn't it wonderful?
Just 1 minute. United
I am turning
heading 340,
heading 131, right?
721.
So we are...
United 7576, heading 340.
Oh, right, we're on Papa currently, so we'll try to cross at Gulf.
And 340, cruise LS runway 300.
That's for the APU, I presume?
31 right, United 7576.
Correct.
Oh, I have the animation to start something because of insert 31 left. Is there a possibility that the continue 31 left, United 7576?
7576, that's fine. Heading 340, descend and maintain 2000, clear ILS 31 left.
Thank you very much. Descend 2000, cleared.
Quite a bit less traffic than in real life. I saw sometimes in flight radar there were queues for the runway basically all along the runway. It was crazy.
Brickyard 5743, better contact, call maintain 17000.
17000, brickyard
So we're on
5743.
Papa.
Market 9787, 1340 at 10, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, American 9787.
Start 252, 1340 at 12, runway 31, quarter line.
0 clear land, Delta 20.
And United 81 vacated the runway on Papa.
United 81, next right onto Golf, then Alpha, cross 4 left to the grid.
Next right on Golf, cross 4 left, then Alpha, United 81. Thanks, bye bye.
United 69 heavy, runway 4 left, minus 1, traffic crossing downfield.
Alright, he's gonna wait for us. We're gonna cross right here.
Start 721, consider
And then on to Alpha.
230.
230 and proceed the rest ship.
40 Charlie, heading 250.
So, Golf over here. Let's switch on the strobes again. Oh,
Brickyard 47.
don't miss our turn.
Maintain 7000.
7000, Brickyard 47.
Whoopsie daisy.
129 Juliet, Romeo on the ground, Farmingdale looking for Viewport departure.
Come on.
Non-Juliet Romeo, are you going to need any flight following services?
Affirmative, we'll probably try to get into the Bravo and south on the Hudson, 900 Juliet.
Non-Juliet Romeo, Archer.
Right, to the right, we're clear.
In that case, maintain VFR.
To the left, we have
3000.
company 777 lining up the runway.
Frequency, squawk 1714.
And that looks intimidating.
714 in the box, maintain VFR below 3000, remain clear of the Bravo until further advised. Back 900 Juliet.
Alright, clear of the runway. So, which of the strobes again?
Ready to check the 900 Juliet.
Juliet Romeo, runway 19er, taxi via
So
Alpha
we
and Bravo,
go...
cross runway 29er.
Yeah, the brakes... The brakes are not that strong on the 7.3. Let's go left here. No, let's set it from the map. That's easier.
20 short follow now. The wind is 340 at 12, runway 31, quarter line.
Gate... No, I selected 56.
Brickyard 5743, direct drive and go BOR. Romeo Bravo Victor, call maintain level 220.
I want it.
Clear ground, zero, climb maintain level 220, brickyard 5743.
United 7576, wind 340
Never mind.
at 10, runway 31
Nope,
left.
thank you. Let's go with United. And I think that's our turn.
7, call maintain level 38.
380, just the top 7.
Super 293, cross alert.
You really need a co-pilot here.
Harrisburg altimeter 2970.
Maybe you can lend me your husband, Victoria. I'm sure he can lend me a hand with one or two things.
American 9787.
Alright then.
Contact, 220.
220, American 9787.
Almost home.
2412, correct Pachu, cross Pachu.
After landing checklist, weather, radar and terrain is off, auto brake is off, flaps are up, spoilers are stowed, window heats are off. Well, they're not.
For Juliet Charlie,
Now they are
610, maintain 2000.
Propeats are off, engine start switches are off, and the APU is started. Wonderful. There's our stand.
1715, descend and maintain 30. American 9787, call and maintain 17 down.
Alright then, we can switch off the taxi lights. Don't blind our lovely marshaller.
King Air 130 Kilo Alpha is out of 17,000.
What was that? King Air Zappa Zappa Zappa.
King Air 130 Kilo Alpha, New York. Good.
Alright. Hello there.
Republic Altimeter 2960. You can plan RNAV runway 19.
Let's slow down. As we just noticed, brakes are not the best. I love how they lock in as soon as they are getting precise. Am I too far right, too far left? I don't know.
American 9787,
and
correct. Question proceed direct Robins, will you are. Romeo Bravo Victor, call
set the parking brake. How do we do?
Romeo Bravo Victor.
Terrible. Where did you tell me to go? But no, these lines on the default airports are
130 Kilo Alpha, turn right,
terrible.
360 Vector, Sordison.
Alright then, shut down. So the APU is online. So we can switch over to APU gens. Oh, we have ground power available already. Well, let me at least switch off the engines. So, engine 1 off, or not. Alright, let's click it then. Engine 1 off, engine 2 off.
Mach 152 New York, second.
We're on the ground in Scranton, looking for clearance over to Myrtle Beach, please.
Mach 152, don't have any flight plan for you. Early call, please.
Anti-collision lights off. Seatbelts
1715, fly
off.
340, clear Alice 31 right.
APU generators are on, parking brake is on, engine start levers cut off, seatbelt signs off, anti-collision light off, fuel pumps all off. Cab util and IFE passenger seat switches.
Regard 4702, correct Pachu, cross Pachu, arrow above 3000, cleared RNAV X-ray runway 31.
Anti-ice is off, elec pumps off.
At or above 3000, and then we're cleared for RNAV
Pax auto. Aren't they auto already? They are. Isolation valve open, but I believe that's this one.
Thanks, just got it.
APU bleed on.
The
Wheelchocks and cones set, flat directors off, IRS off.
8 departure, vector,
and that
Wilkes-Barre, then assault, maintain.
Shall be it for the shutdown procedure. Shutdown checklist, fuel pumps are off, propeats are off, hydraulic pumps set, flaps up, parking brakes off. No, set, but do we have chocks? No, we don't, so we leave them on. And we can request deboarding.
Squawk 4041 for
engine start levers cut off, IRS off, and that's parking checklist completed. Maintenance will take over from here. Thank you very much. We survived our first rodeo on the 737. Let's dial that down a bit. And yeah, we're still in one piece. We made it all the way from Greenland over to, well, near New York City, to New Jersey, which is, I'm sure, just as nice. Anybody want to get out, or do I have to do that here? Ground services. Yeah, whatever. Let's get out the aircraft ourselves. So that's probably as far as it lets us, so let's press the magic button. Oh dear, the performance. Yeah, it closes the door when I get out of the plane, but that's okay. Here is our lovely 737 Max. And we made it to Newark. Can't believe it. Longest flight on the channel yet. I'm sure we will go transatlantic one day, but yeah. And our colleague still has not departed yet, so we will position ourselves in a way so we can see that. Oh dear. Don't worry, I for sure have... Oh, I don't have the high-vis on. Well, I am allowed to be here. I have clearance. Thank you a lot, Victoria. You, and by extension your husband, helped a lot with the Boeing. Couldn't have asked for better experts in the stream chat. And... oh, there he goes. Perfect timing. So let me remove the yoke real quick, otherwise I have to crouch here like a monkey to talk into the microphone properly. There we go. Alright, let's watch him. With the Manhattan skyline in the background. Oh, that was a tail strike for sure. Nice. Where is he going? United 69 to Denver. And our colleague in the Air Canada 777 came from Toronto. Nice. Alright, we can close that. Turn our view to our lovely Boeing. And it was pretty nice, actually. I mean, the FMS acted up a bit here and there, but we could fix it. Not a fan of the big flying TV screens in the cockpit, so I think if I ever get a payware version of a 737, it will definitely be the classic, the NG PMDG. And he's dancing again. But yeah, I enjoyed that experience. So next up, we still have the MD-11 left. Still haven't flown that, and after that, I think I have flown everything in my virtual hangar. So then we can see what new planes we can find. But yeah, someday I will get a proper 737. All right. I will have to go to bed soon. It's 2:30 in my place. So thank you everybody who joined the stream and said hi. And I hope to see you next time in maybe tomorrow. Definitely the latest on Friday. And with that, I say goodbye. Good afternoon, goodbye. No, I said that. Good afternoon, good night, and see you next time. Thank you.